Welcome back. Ugh. How are we doing tonight, folks? Yeah, I saw that Project Dark Fox is trying our 20-second slow mode tonight. It may not be necessary. We've had a couple of chats recently where I've missed a lot. It's a double-edged sword. I love the fact that you guys are in here. I love the fact that you've got all sorts of things to talk about. And I hate it when I look up and I don't recognize anything in the chat bar. When I'm like, oh, these are all completely different messages from the last time. Oh my god, what have I missed? Because obviously that's a huge deal, and if a chatter misses if a streamer misses even one thing that one chatter says, their whole stream comes collapsing down around them, right? I think I read that someplace. Oh my lord, how is everyone doing tonight? Shadow Mink's hobbies, I don't think that you got the full glory of 50 Shades Chapter 4 there, because I don't have the chatbot's audio on that overlay enabled, so I'm sorry about that. But welcome in, Shadow Mink's hobbies. Good to see you, Project Dark Fox. Of course, there, of course, is to square. Of course, of course, of course. I'm just going to say that like 30 more times in a row, and it won't sound weird at all by the time that I am done. Data Nerd, good to see ya. Happy Man O'Coral, otherwise known as the reason that we're in slow mode. Specifically, very, very specifically, to hinder O'Coral's ability to disrupt things. We're kind of engaged in like a low-key Cold War with O'Coral, just as a person, just as a human being, and purely out of spite, not for any real functional reason, but just to cause problems. I was thinking the other day, the stream has been going pretty well. We've been seeing steady growth. Everybody has a lot of fun. We get a lot of people coming out for the movie nights. What is it that we're missing? Something's incomplete. You'll pardon me. I'm leaning real close here. It's because I'm adjusting my needle files on my little magnetic rack here, and I have to reach past here. But yeah, everything's going real well, but we're missing something. Something feels incomplete. And then I realized we don't have any stream drama. And stream drama is kind of the spice of life, the spice of Twitch, at any rate. So we're doing everything we can. Trust me, those of you who have been dissatisfied so far, please trust me, I'm doing everything that I can to start as much shit with my chatters as possible so that we can get some real weird shit going on. But it takes time. It takes time, and you're gonna have to bear with me. Damn these needle files. Get over there. Gonna be using a few of these today, and I just want to make sure I know where they all are. Up, down, up, down, up, down, just like that. Where'd my tweezers go? Oh no! Tweezers and my sculpting tool are both over there, because I was just heat forming some crossbow limbs, which I will be showing you momentarily. Hey, Lunchbox, good to see ya. Oh yeah, that was it. That was the last straw for O'Coral. He's like, fuck this. I'm gonna go someplace where people appreciate me, like Walter's Workshop or Dr. Rhino. Where's my camera control? So that I can keep focus on. There it is. Let's drop that exposure down. One, there we go. That looks pretty good to me. I want the weird. Oh yeah, baby, always bring the weird. Not too much of the weird. The mild weird, the kind of normal weird. Just let's actually. Now that I say it out loud, let's keep things perfectly normal. White Wolf, good to see ya. Tiny Tusk, welcome in, my friends. We're the Project Dark Fox is given 20-second slow mode a shot tonight. PDF, we probably don't need it to be on right now. If you're going to be around the whole stream, if you plan to be, you could probably flip it on later when we get some more people in chat. Because we're getting, at this point, more questions about why force slow mode than it's actually helping. But, we'll probably engage it when chat really gets going sometimes, because like I said, last few streams we've had a few chats where I look away to do something and I look back and I don't recognize anything. Just not a damn thing. And I always, like, genuinely, I feel bad when that happens, because it's not like I I don't necessarily respond to every single message in chat, and a lot of times people are talking to each other. But if someone wants to ask me a question or something like that, I do try to at least catch it. I try to at least give them a is good question, yes. Painter together strong. Clown taking a bath in ketchup while eating squished hot dogs. I would challenge the entire premise of that by saying that a bath involves getting clean and you cannot, in fact, bathe in ketchup. It's not possible. It defies the whole purpose of a bath. You're just talking about someone soaking in ketchup, which technically is marinating. So put that in your pipe and smoke it. Or in your bathtub and bathe in it. Whichever. Hey, read me, hey! Oh, Kursala, thank you so much for that Prime Reef sub, man. And if you're trying to get rid of the skunk, does ketchup do that? I've always heard tomato juice, and by heard tomato juice, I mean we tried tomato juice the last time my cat got sprayed by a skunk, and in my experience, that doesn't fucking work, and don't do that. You just wind up with an animal that reeks of both tomato and skunk. Baking soda did a really good job for us, but the tomato juice thing didn't. Like maybe we missed some part of the process. It was our first time trying to use tomato juice to wash out skunk smell, and it failed miserably. Kursala, really, thank you so much for the resub, man, and thank you for being here as always, Kursala. Holy crap, you and Data Nerd are the backbone upon which this stream is built. As I'm complimenting you and I'm trying to reconfigure a cable at the same time. It must seem so very, very heartfelt, the whole thing. Tomato juice never worked. Yeah, that's what yeah. I didn't think, like, I want to leave room there because, you know, folksy wisdom being what it is, I don't necessarily know everything or every step of the process. Maybe it's worked for some people at some point, but we had a cat, and that cat was blasted by a skunk, and we tried to wash it with tomato juice, and that sucked. That was, it reeked of tomato and skunk. It was like somebody poured tomato juice onto a pile of burning tires. And that's actually, if you can believe it, less pleasant than it sounds. That's always the strongest smell that I get from skunk. It smells like melting tires, but worse. Like essence of melting tire. You know, Tiny Tusk, it does a little bit, but it carries enough of it away, and then you take the bath water away. So I think it's still, you know, bathing is still a bath. But I am with you ultimately in that I prefer showers. So we watched Double Dragon last night on the Discord. We all... Oh, hang on one second. I apologize. I'll talk about this in just a second. I want to move us on to the next overlay. I need to grab something right quick. I also need to put a BRB screen on this forecast overlay, which I've realized 2 streams in a row now, and still haven't done it, which tells you just how much attention I pay. I will be right back. Fastest BRB in history. Fastest one. Bing, bang, boom. We're in, we're out. Let's do a little hobby work, folks. Let's have a nice, relaxed Sunday and do a little bit of work. I am going to be building up some Mercenary Crossbowmen for Conquest tonight. Giving a more realistic assessment of how fast I work. They'll probably occupy most of the night. I'm also going to be stringing their crossbows using 3D printer priming strings, and Yesterday, I worked up a number of these Badlands-style bases intended for use with Heavy Gear Blitz, done in something like a 10mm scale. I'm going to be dry brushing these up and transferring some of my... God damn it. Roland, are you here? I can't remember which ones are the north and the south again. Northern gears are the smooth ones, and the southern gears are the blocky ones. I've been going over this lore for like the last 2 days, and I still mix up the damn north and the south. North are boxy, south are rounded. Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyway, so we will be taking some of our southern gears and transferring them over to these Badland bases. I have another style of base in mind for the northern gears. If we can dry brush these up and have them looking decent, I should be able to crank these bases out in no time. I had a pretty good time texturing these, actually. I think they came out decent. I started doing entirely that sort of cracked dry earth, but a whole base of that looks odd. I realized as I was doing it, it looks more natural if you have a little bit of the dry cracked earth and then maybe some dirt and some rocks around it, but I'm not quite sold on the distribution of it yet, so we're going to see how it looks. We're going to transfer some gears over to it, and then we'll work on some more. I anticipate a number of bases coming out from Steel Warrior Studios here in the near future. I've been spending the last few weeks, as you know, working on, say, for example, these bases for Conquest. Over this process, I've learned quite a lot. And the new ones are coming faster and faster, and I want to give him a series of hex and round bases that that y'all can use, that you can get the files for to use for Heavy Gear Blitz, for Battletech, for really, you know, whatever, for Cav Strike Ops, whatever makes you happy. You can also remember it, South is sneaky, because the South gear, the Jaeger, was reverse engineered from the northern gear, the Hunter. So South sneaky, South steel gear. Me speak like caveman. Oh, for the love of God, let's just do some work. I hope everybody's Sunday is finding them well. Oh, I was gonna mention, yeah, we watched, for our first Bottom of the Barrel movie night last night on the Discord, we went ahead and watched Double Dragon, which I had not seen since 1994. Because I'm pretty sure I saw that in theaters when it came out. I was just a little kid. But I remember going to see it. Ooh, I just realized that I have Pro-Acryl burnt sienna and haven't used it. Yeah, it's a little bit lighter. We might use that for another layer. It was not as bad as I remember it being. Like, I didn't really remember it being all that bad. I didn't have much of a memory of it at all, to be fair. And, we're watching it, and, like, I enjoyed whole portions of it. Everybody was not kung fu fighting, and to Square really nails the problem with the movie for me. Because the movie's stupid. But it's presented in such a way that there's, like, no question it's supposed to be stupid. There's this amazing sequence. Say amazing sequence. There's this very humorous small portion of a sequence where Robert Patrick gets, like, jump kicked, and he goes, whoa! And he goes flying through this like, stage prop. It's meant to look like a brick wall, but it's just paper rigged up on a wooden frame with the brick wall painted on it. It's meant to be a stage prop. He goes flying through it, and then he just comes bouncing back through it like a fucking cartoon. And in fact, Robert Patrick's entire performance is really comedic. It's hard to say that the movie even has a bad guy, because he's not trying to be in any way genuinely intimidating. But I didn't have any problem with any of this. In fact, I quite enjoyed it. I liked the really stupid jokes. Some of them could have been better, but okay, fine. You're doing stupid jokes. Let's do stupid jokes. I liked the little bit of world building that they had. It was unclear in certain parts, like, why are there giant oscillating fans on top of the buildings of New Angeles? We discussed that a little bit. It was like, I don't think they were wind generators. Either they were meant to cool off the city, which is absurd, or they were intended to maybe blow the smog away from the city, but they were, like, literally giant desk fans on top of the buildings, and, like, all the buildings are propped up with these braces, and there's a scene in the beginning, one of the only interesting scenes in the entire movie, where the Double Dragon brothers, whose names I can't remember because I'm not even, come to think of it, I don't remember them ever naming them. I'm sure they did, I just wasn't listening. They're having like a fighting tournament, and the whole place rumbles, and they're like, oh, it's an aftershock, and a little person runs across the arena to like a jack stand, and he starts cranking the jack stand, and the jack goes up, and it like props the building that they're in up. Billy and Tommy, I mean, sure, it might as well have been Billy and Tommy. Like I said, the world had interesting aspects to it, but the ultimate downfall of the film is that ostensibly it was to be about kung fu fighting, kicking, and punching, and it just wasn't. Go to one of my cut-resistant gloves because we are going to be doing some cutting today. It just wasn't. There was no fighting to speak of. Mark Dacascos did a couple of flips at one point or another. It was comedic, the degree to which they avoided putting Robert Patrick in any scenario where he might have to punch, kick, or kung fu fight anyone. Like, they went way out of their way to make sure that Robert Patrick would never have to do any martial arts whatsoever. Despite the fact that, I mean, he did like the occasional, yeah, I backhand you, like Star Trek style. I think he might have thrown one kick, though I can't specifically remember it happening. And other than that, he turned into a shadowy piece of paper and possessed other people who were better fighters than him in real life, so that they could just put his voice over that character and have them do punching and kicking. Which I suppose in some ways is an interesting way to avoid showcasing the fact that Robert Patrick doesn't know any martial arts and isn't terribly athletic. That can't even be true. Like, he wasn't unathletic in the 90s. He did that insane run in Terminator 2. I can't do that run. But apparently punching and kicking was not in his contract, so he just didn't do it. In the final confrontation with Kagashuko, Vanilla Ice with a Japanese name, he turns into a couple of monster men with swords? It's never clear what the power of the Double Dragon is. Like, at no point is it clear what power it is that they are seeking after so much. They say something about the power of the mind and the power of the body, and they show that one half of it gives you the ability to possess other people's bodies? Like, no matter what? Like, there's no way to resist it unless you have the other half of the Double Dragon? So you're never really sure what bad guy's gonna do, because anytime the scene calls for him to do something, he just can. With no real difficulty whatsoever. But the point of this is that it actually was not as bad as I was expecting it to be. There were vast portions of the movie that were quite entertaining, and I think that the ultimate, the consensus we landed on, or at least, you know, my opinion coming out of it, which is basically the same thing, is that it had a lot of potential, and it was ruined by not, like, I was gonna say by not hiring any martial artists, but they hired Mark Dacascos, and that dude can totally do stage fighting, like, he's really good at it. And then they barely used him. They had him do a couple of flips, and then they were like, that's good, Mark, you're done. Call it a day. Maybe it was too expensive. Maybe he was like one of the highest profile actors they got, and every kick cost extra. So they were like, no, let's use Mark for his amazing acting talent. Zombie Brush Studios, good to see you, my friend. Could we pretty please get a shout out for Zombie Brush Studios, one of the best painters on Twitch, in my humble opinion. I really enjoy Zombie Brush's work, and he has a great stream, guys. If you're not following him already, you really should go give a click. Intrigued for this bowstringing. We're going to get to that in just a second. I want to dry brush up these bases real quick to see how they look, because I just got these finished yesterday. And all we're doing on them is dry brushing. The goal here is to create a base that you can print or order, get in, prime black, dry brush, stick down your model, and move on, and still have it look pretty damn good. Zombie Brush, how are you liking those, how are you liking those Fields of the Fallen Conquest bases, man? He's been kind enough to test print them for me. And I just sent you the new files because I just, you know, I knew I could do better on the pre-supports, so I just did. So I just hauled off and just did it. And now the pre-supports use a lot less material and are just as good. Manix the Lemur, good to see you. Ramzoos, you son of a bitch. How you doing, man? You missed it, man. We were watching some classic films from before your time last night. Double Dragon from 1994. It was a real quality film. It's basically the Citizen Kane of my generation. Which I think is actually just Citizen Kane, because I'm not... Yeah. Not quite that removed. I'm just giving a real rough dry brush of a heavy sienna here. And then we're going to move to something lighter. Been looking to rewatch It's funny that you mentioned that, Ramzoos. I'm right now rewatching The Next Generation. I say rewatching, I started in Season 2. But, you know, I've done my part. I've watched Season 1 of The Next Generation as many times as any one man can possibly be required to. No one can make me do it again. So I started in Season 2, and you can fucking sue me. Here's my rust color. Orange leather is what we did last time, and I think we will go ahead and do that again. Watching a bunch of clips on YouTube has got me hankering for it. Yeah, I'm getting ready to roll back into Deep Space Nine. I was just watching today Fistful of Datas from Next Gen Season 6, which that's really the season where shit started to kind of go downhill. I realized, like, all the best episodes of The Next Generation are in Season 5, just about. Season 3 is really good. Season 2 is also, like, there are great episodes in Season 2 and 3, but Season 5 is just like bam, 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 winner after winner after winner. And then you get to Season 6, and it's like, okay. Yeah. I guess Data has infested the holodeck, and now all the old-timey, Old West characters are all Data, and that's the episode we're gonna watch, for some fucking reason. Ever seen any of the TNG bloopers? I have seen a good number of them, Ramzoos. I would hesitate to say that I've seen all of them, because God knows how many there are over the course of recording that. A forced compliment for TNG Season 1. I got it. The men wore dresses. Seriously, go back and watch it. The men wore dresses. They had like formal dresses that were like Starfleet formal wear that the men would wear, and you get to see like Picard in a dress that goes down to his knees. It's odd. I'm not really sure what they were going for with that. Kind of like a unisex dress uniform or something? I'm not entirely clear, but I thought it was cool. If just to be different, nobody else tried that. It's a compliment because I liked it. Oh, shit. No, that's a slippery slope, because then anything I like becomes a compliment, and that's not really fair, is it? I gotta compliment Season 1 of The Next Generation. I mean, it's a great show. It's a great show, but I need to be more specific than that, probably, if we're doing a forced compliment here. It was a damn improvement on the last season of the original series. It's the first time in the history of Star Trek that we can see somebody seizing the reins away from Gene Roddenberry. Does that count as a compliment? That is a definite good thing. Because Gene didn't need to have absolute control over that property. TNG Season 1 is gender neutral. I think more accurately that they were trying to portray Starfleet as gender neutral. may end up adding more texture to these. They look pretty good. Without Season 1, there'd be no Season 5 Ion Raptor with the save. Isn't that where Q brings... Okay, yeah, you know what? It's fair to say that a good compliment for Star Trek Season 1 is that it has the first episode of The Next Generation in it, which is a great fucking episode that introduces both Q and the Borg. Neither one of which would be revisited for a little while, but it does introduce both of them. And that has to be worth something. Yeah, Gene Roddenberry really was hamstringing the whole series after a while, and that's why you see, like, very little of his influence in the later seasons of TNG, and almost none of his influence in Deep Space Nine when nobody had to listen to him anymore. And Deep Space Nine, as Ramsey's brought up, is probably the best Star Trek ever was. I think that The Next Generation has better individual episodes than Deep Space Nine does, but Deep Space Nine has the best overall series arc of any of the Star Trek shows. God, I love Deep Space Nine. And what got me thinking about Deep Space Nine was I was watching, as I said, I was watching Fistful of Datas earlier while I was getting ready. And sometimes I try to nail down who the worst character in Star Trek is. And I go through a lot of different opinions on it and arguments, and most times I completely forget that Alexander Rozhenko is a character at all, which is a shame because he is the worst character in Star Trek. And people always want to rip on Wesley Crusher. I rather like Wesley Crusher. But Alexander's the worst. He's just terrible. He's an unlikable little... You can talk about how his story is important for Worf. You can talk about how it's not really fair to him because he's just a kid and he's supposed to be that way. You can make all the Wesley arguments if you want, but the fact is that Wesley comes back around and becomes a meaningful character on his own given time in the show. Alexander never means shit. Alexander is never anything but an annoyance, even when they bothered to include him in like the 2 episodes of Deep Space Nine that he's in. He's pretty much just there to be like, I don't want to be in the House of Moog. Well, I'm a Klingon with no house. I'm going to earn all my own honor. And then he gets beat up. And then he winds up joining the House of Martok. And it's like, okay, oh, well, guess you're out of the show. Like, see ya. And you can tell how disliked a character he is because they really barely include him in Deep Space Nine at all. I think he's like at Jadzia and Worf's wedding. Like, that's about it. A lot of people didn't to Square, and that's fair. I feel like Worf's episodes are some of the weakest episodes in TNG. Like, I like a number of them, but I like Worf's episodes because they, like, have Gowron in them. Not because they have Worf in them. Worf is boring as shit. Worf is... Worf needs help as a character to be interesting. This one. These bases Alex is going to offer them up to. That is the goal. That is the goal. I'm going to have a few bases coming his way. They're going to be super easy for him to print in FDM, but I don't want to speak for anything he's going to offer in resin because he primarily prints FDM. So that is going to be up to him. He's going to offer the files at a minimum, and I'm going to try to keep him supplied with some files that he can print in FDM for mass production. It's trickier to design bases for FDM than it is for resin. It really is. Because in resin, I can just get as detailed as I want, and in FDM, I have to be like, alright, what's going to print, what isn't? Super easy, barely an inconvenience. Oh, Ryan George. Alright, just some lighter dry brushing now, using a bit of my Scale 75 Birch on top of those 2 red browns. I think that works out pretty nice. Might do one more brighter color on top of this at the end. But as far as being just general Badlands bases, I think these are going to work out nicely. I might redo them with deeper detail, but that's probably the only change I'm going to make. I'll make like 4 or 5 variants. And they have, these ones, because they're for Heavy Gear Blitz, you'll notice they have arc markers. They've got these subtle little in-cuts at the side to mark forward and back arc. What's your least favorite main character that's not Kess? I mean, that's too easy because Neelix is right next to Kess, and he also sucks. I could amend that to say, like, Dr. Phlox prior to Season 2. Because he starts off really, really unlikable and then grows on me as the show goes on. A few things you can slap down on these guys. So much of this, the last few weeks for me with all these bases, has just been developing the process through which I make them. And now that I've done a number of sets of them, the actual design comes so much faster. I don't know, Hethrio's sitting there like, yeah, but not the bases I want. And you're right, those bases are not done yet. You are correct, sir. Yeah, I think Loxana Troy is probably my second least favorite character after Alexander. Which, I don't have any problem with Majel Barrett as an actress. She does a great job as the ship's computer. But as Loxana Troy, and I think I feel better about Loxana Troy just because everyone else in the show is every bit as fed up with and irritated by her as I am. Like, in a Loxana Troy episode, there's always the moment when someone goes, oh, Troy's mother is coming to the ship, and at least 3 characters go, oh god, oh no. Oh, POV really loves Loxana. That's fair. See, that's why I don't count her as high as Alexander, because I don't think, and please correct me if I'm wrong, if you're in chat right now and you disagree with me, let me know. Does anyone in chat right now like Star Trek and like the character of Alexander Rozhenko? And I don't mean like what Alexander means for the character of Worf. I don't mean like some episodes that Alexander is in. I mean like Alexander Rozhenko as a character. Because even when he grows up, he is a irritating little shit. Played the overbearing mother perfectly. Yes, the overbearing psychic mother, which was just that much better. I guess it's not even fair to say that I dislike her character. It's more accurate to say that I'm just not interested in the episodes that she features in. They usually have a plot that I'm just like, okay, whatever. But then I don't really like the episodes that focus on Troy either, so that might be a personal thing. Betazoids in general always made me a little uncomfortable in the show. There's that scene in the Drumhead when Admiral or Judge Sati, I think is her name, when she has a Betazoid with her who she uses during interrogations. She brings him into the room and they interrogate somebody and he's like, oh, such and such is lying. And Picard is like, that's not cool what you're doing there with that Betazoid. Like, you're just digging into people's heads and reading their thoughts that might not be accurately interpreted. And she kind of calls Picard on it. She's like, you have a Betazoid on your crew. He's like, oh, that's the ship's counselor. And he's like, yeah, okay, but have you never used her in a similar way? And this sort of brought to the forefront of my mind, like, one of the reasons I never really liked Troy is that is exactly how she's used. It always made me a little uncomfortable the way Troy will just be sitting on the bridge during most encounters with enemy captains. Like, on the one hand, I get it, it's a resource and you use it. But to think that every time the Federation flagship is interacting with an alien race, there's a mind reader, an empath, sitting on the bridge, actively probing the mind of the person speaking to the captain, and then immediately reporting to him on the impressions that she got from their feelings. That seems really ethically questionable to me for an organization like the Federation. And for an individual like Picard. It always struck me as a strange thing for him to do, given his moral qualms with other similar uses. Yeah, I definitely want to deepen the details on these so they're a little bit easier, but they come out pretty well under a dry brush. I think I might want to paint them lighter next time, too. Start with a lighter color, maybe. But you can't go too light, otherwise you're not going to be able to see any of the dang details once you do dry brush up the highlights. I'm going to go one color brighter on this and see how that looks. What about your favorite main character? Playing in a Star Trek Adventures RPG group, my buddy is playing a Betazoid tactical officer similar to Neil Patrick Harris's character from Starship Troopers. Oh, so an SS officer. They aren't tapping people's phones, they're tapping their minds. Yeah, right. And Troy is also a therapist, so there are ethical concerns around that as well. I always found her presence on the bridge to be questionable. Though I love the episode, what's it called? Is it Conundrum? No, that's a different one. The episode where they hit a quantum fold and, Picard gets trapped on the elevator with some kids with a broken leg. Crusher and LaForge get stuck down in the cargo bay with like a broken plasma conduit or something. Worf has to assist in the birth of Keiko and O'Brien's daughter, which is a great scene. When she starts to go into labor and he's like, "You cannot go into labor now. It is an inconvenient time." Disaster. Thank you. Thank you, Rich. But I love that episode because Troy winds up on the bridge in a position of command with O'Brien and Ensign Rowe sort of battling for control. And she has these amazing lines, like O'Brien is talking about, "Oh, okay, well, what happened is we hit a quantum fold, which is when the such and such does the such and such into the such and such." And she's like, "Oh, so it's like a cosmic string?" And he goes, "No, that's something completely different." Or, he's like, "Oh, yeah, this is going to happen, and then in 20 minutes we'll have a containment breach." And she goes, "And is that bad?" And I just see Sam Rockwell from Galaxy Quest going, "Do you ever watch the show?" Yes, that's bad. Oh my god, that's incredibly bad. It is a great episode. I love that episode. And earlier today I also watched Rascals. Another one of my kind of least favorite Season 6 episodes. You know, the one where a transporter accident turns Ro, Guinan, who else? Picard and Keiko into children. And then they just happen to get taken over by Ferengi, like the one race that children could conceivably outsmart and overpower. It's not a great episode. I do kind of like the kid that plays young Picard in that one, though. Yeah, there we go. That's the color I needed. Just to brighten this up a little bit. Make it look a little more sun-blasted. TNG Ferengi and DS9 Ferengi might as well be different species entirely, in the same way that original series Klingons and TNG Klingons are different species, effectively. They almost say as much on a few occasions. But, you know, the Ferengi, and for that matter, the Cardassians got a similar treatment in Deep Space Nine as the Klingons did in the Next Gen, where it's like, well, they've only been villains before, let's make some actual characters. And it's not like the Cardassians weren't villains, but they were treated much more fairly. They were antagonists, but not necessarily villains. They were villains a lot of the time, but you get a deeper view of Cardassian culture, and I always like it when we delve a little bit deeper into poor Damar after the Dominion takes over the Cardassian Union. Is it the Cardassian Union? What is their culture called? I can't remember. Their government, rather, not culture. Poor O'Brien. Cole Meany's railroad baron character on Hell on Wheels is quite similar to the point that I kept expecting him to walk off into Quarks. O'Brien... I think O'Brien got treated better on Deep Space Nine than even Worf did, and Worf got to be, like, a fan favorite on Deep Space Nine, and got to become, like, pseudo-captain of a warship and everything, but O'Brien got, like, actual development outside of just, oh, and then he got hurt again. Admittedly, he kept getting hurt to drive the plot forward, but it was, you know... I guess that was most of what he did in Deep Space Nine, was he would just get hurt to drive the plot forward. Come to think of it, yeah, okay. Poor Cole Meany. Hey man, he got to work. I always like when Q shows up in Deep Space Nine, and O'Brien, like, steps up to him, and he's like, "Ah, what are you doing here, Q?" And Q looks at him, and he's just like, "Do I know you? Oh, that's right. You were on the Enterprise. You were one of the little people." Always appreciate about Deep Space Nine. It fleshes out even the more reprehensible cultures of the setting, meets them on their terms rather than reducing them to caricatures. Yeah, I think it was overall a more complex show. You even get a glimpse into the Breen a little bit, which the Breen never really advance that much farther than being antagonists, but they're treated as mysterious and insular rather than just evil. And yeah, the Cardassians, like even Damar, who does reprehensible things, is later shown to be a fairly pitiable man. Wesley Crusher held that show together. You know, he had some great episodes. What about the game, where Wesley being a killjoy saves the fucking day? Everybody's like, yeah, put on this crazy headset and get a bunch of endorphins jacked straight into your cerebral cortex, and Wesley's like, I don't know, guys, that seems dangerous. Maybe we should find out more about it before we do it. And he saves the day. Also, a little bit of Ashley Judd in that episode. Is that the last episode where Ashley Judd appears? I think she's in a previous episode as Ensign Loeffler, I think it is. And then she shows up in the episode The Game because she's the only other person. Robin Loeffler, I feel like her name is. She shows up in the game because she's the only person who, like, listens to Wesley, and she's like, yeah, this seems like a bad idea. And then at the end of it, they're, like, dating. And I don't think she's ever mentioned again. I think after that, she's just out of the show completely. Let me give this one more quick hit of white. I'm going to glue down some minis, and then we're going to build some marksmen. Using the same dry brush, so it won't be pure white, it will be mixed with my previous dry brush color ever so slightly. I'm just going to do 3 quick spots with it. In the middle, On the edge. Oh, that was a little much. I'm going to glue somebody's foot there. Whoopsies. No! Somewhere I had pictures of me with a Klingon prosthetic on when I was like 4, and a Ferengi headpiece as well. Klingon headpieces are surprisingly easy to do these days. But, you know, over time with the show, they were designed to be easy to put on and take off. They were basically hats. Ferengi seems a bit more involved. Though that changed too, over the course of Deep Space Nine. The Ferengi headpieces got easier and easier to put on and take off because, you know, they had actors who had to have them on every single time they were on screen. And necessity is the mother of invention and all that. Always like Garrick. Dude, Garrick is like one of the best characters in the whole damn show. I think to answer Ramzuz's question for favorite main characters, Garrick is a serious contender. A serious contender for favorite main character. I mean, is Garrick a main character or is he a secondary character? I feel like he flirts with being a little bit of each because he's not featured that often, but when he is featured, he just like takes over the whole episode. Shadow Minx minis, you go ahead, or hobbies rather, you go ahead and you just lurk away. Lurkers are the lifeblood of any stream. Alright, I'm going to glue these half-finished southern gears down, and we're going to see how they look. First, I'm going to rip them off of their previous bases. Right there with you along with Quark. Yeah, Quark is great. Quark and Odo together. Thank you so much for the reminder, Firestarter. Quark and Odo together form, I think like as a pair, they form one of my favorite characters. Quark and Odo are kind of inseparable, especially towards the end, where they become almost literally so. Just breaking off this remainder of the old base from the superglue. Go. Kodo. Oh, that's a completely different series. They'll never admit what good buds they are. No, but that's part of what makes them such good buds. They're frenemies. And it really takes most of the series for that relationship to develop. Quark, I think, has some of the most real character development in all of Star Trek. And okay, the episode The House of Quark may be one of the single cheesiest episodes in the history of the show. Like, it genuinely may be one of the corniest, dumbest episodes that they ever made. And I love it. I won't sit here and claim that The House of Quark is a good episode, but damn it do I love watching it. Go. One more. That, and then that one episode where Morn fakes his own death, and a bunch of hot chicks come out of the woodwork pretending to be in love with him, and then they turn out to be like scoundrels trying to get his money because Morn has a bunch of money, apparently. I like that episode just because it's one big meta joke, because that's an episode of Star Trek that you genuinely like can't watch or appreciate or understand unless you've watched the rest of Deep Space Nine. Because otherwise you're just like, I guess this is all totally... Yeah, who mourns for Morn? Thank you, Hethrir. If you didn't know who Morn was, you would think this was a real character and all of this makes sense. But if you've watched the rest of the series, you're like, this is ridiculous. He literally has no lines. And then every time he's off screen, somebody's talking about him, they'll be like, oh, you just can't get Morn to shut up. And what was Morn ostensibly? He was just a trader, wasn't he? He had like a freighter, and he moved goods around, and then he would stop at Deep Space Nine, and he would just hang out at Quarks for hours. Watching the original Dirty Harry movie, the villain looked familiar. Yeah, that's Garrick. I can't remember the actor's name offhand, but yeah, that's totally him in Dirty Harry. He plays a fucking maniac. Andrew Robinson, yeah, I think that's right. I had that moment a couple of years ago, Mannix, and yeah, I totally feel you on that one, where I'm like, that looks like Garrick. He's got those eyes. Damn crazy eyes. I don't exactly rewatch Dirty Harry all that often. Armand Bashir, Avery Brooks going full. Yeah, okay. Armand Bashir is a great episode. But see, there's Avery Brooks chewing the scenery in a good way, and there's Avery Brooks chewing the scenery in a bad way. In Armand Bashir, he's chewing the scenery in a good way. He is entertaining, he's charming, he's ridiculous in all the right ways as a Bond villain. And then there's the Mirror Universe episodes where he is also chewing the scenery in the worst way that I could possibly imagine, in a way that makes me actively cringe and wish that I was watching anyone other than Avery Brooks do it. Every time he calls O'Brien Smiley, I want to collapse in on myself like a dying star. No, don't drop things. Yeah, I'm pretty definitely going to deepen the details on these, but I'm going to go ahead and glue these guys down for the moment because it won't be hard to pull them off later if I want to. These are my test bases, and my test has yielded the decision that the detail needs to be sharper. Oh yeah, he does. He gets to punch Q right in his face. You hit me. Picard never hit me. I'm like 50-50 on Q episodes. Some of them I really, really enjoy. And other ones I really, really don't. Oh, thank you, Firestarter. I don't... Q is not on my list of impressions that I count among my good ones, but it's good to know that I can do a decent Q. If only I had godlike powers. If only. Enjoyed all the Q episodes in my rewatch of Voyager. But offhand, I don't remember the Q episodes from Voyager. Voyager is probably the Star Trek series that I have watched the least of overall. Like, I've watched all of Voyager probably twice. I've rewatched The Next Generation I don't know how many times. And I've rewatched Deep Space Nine probably 5 or 6 times total. Voyager, I think I've watched a total of twice. So I am satisfied with the size of these bases, and the concept of them. I want to deepen the details a little bit more so that they are slightly easier to dry brush together to make look good, because the details are a little bit soft and they came out a little bit muddled. But we can work with that. The point is, you can print them, you can dry brush them, you can glue down your minis, and bing bang boom, you're done. All in all, I think they work out pretty well. Dang, that's a lot of Star... I watch a lot of Star Trek. Star Trek is one of those shows that I'll just... Like, when I say I've rewatched The Next Generation again, bear in mind what that means is I've got it on my second monitor while I'm doing, like, 3D design tasks. To say that I'm watching every single moment of it would be inaccurate. So what do you think? I think if I deepen these details a little bit more, these will be some pretty damn good bases. As it is, the details are just a little bit soft, but I think that design-wise, they look pretty good as long as they were just a little sharper. And they're damned easy to paint, which is the best thing about them. It's not hard to put down a little bit of texture, a little bit of crackle paste and whatnot, but it does take time, particularly when you're doing a lot, and these take significantly less time. These bases a month ago when I started mass painting my models, Kursala, they didn't exist until 24 hours ago. I gotta finish painting the southern gears, but I wanted to do this before I continued on with the gears, just so that I have a unified basing scheme for everybody. And for the northern gears, I'm gonna do something a little bit different. I've got like some basalt textures that I'm gonna use for those. I got a lot of Heavy Gear Blitz models, and if I can establish some easy dry brushed based painting schemes, I'm going to get as many of them done here in the near future as I can. I'm going to be meeting up with Hethrir towards the end of the month. We're going to be playing some Conquest, and I'm going to be bringing my Heavy Gear Blitz models along too. There's little hash marks on the side for Data Nerd. That's because Heavy Gear Blitz uses firing arcs for minis, front and back primarily. So that just marks the front arc and the rear arc of the mini. I think in a fairly low-profile sort of way, where you don't really notice it all that much from a distance, but then when you need to tell where it is, you can take a laser line and project it over that real easy to tell what's in the front and what's in the rear. Heavy Gear Blitz has a lot of really cool lore. I've been actually digging more into the reading over the last few days than I have previously. Alright, so proof of concept done there. Let's move them out of the way. I ripped all the heads off of my knights. I wasn't happy with the heads for the cavalry for Conquest. You guys saw when I put them on. Where have I got them? I ripped them off. They're here. These guys. They're okay. I don't love them. They're way too ornate for me. Every single knight has feathers or flowers or horns or an eagle on top of his helmet, and the helmet itself is it looks okay. So what I've opted to do is I'm going to take the file that I developed for the bases, specifically for these. You see this bassinet here on the base? You can only see half of it because it's embedded down in the dirt. It's got a little simple faceplate snapped down on it. It's got a big dent in the forehead, but I'm going to take the base file for this. I'm going to work up a full faceplate in more historical styles, like the round nose, the pig face, hound skull, and a few other designs of faceplate for it. I'm going to print these up, and these are going to go bam, right there on the knights to make them look just a little bit more practical and a little less ostentatious. Because I am shooting for mercenaries here, and not necessarily nobles. Alright, let's get into... We're going to get into stringing some crossbows. I have a bunch of these ready to go. Give me just one moment. I'm going to hit you with the BRB screen, and I will be back in just a second. This one. This is the one you're referring to, White Wolf, that I have a little bit of primer down on, and he's keeping that style of helmet because the Noble Lord helmet is absurd. It's nonsense ornate. So I'm going to use this more ornate knight helmet for him, and I'm going to use less ornate helmets for the rest of them. Okay, now I'll be right back. Oh yeah, no, I specifically time things so that I'm not here when Metalcore Collectibles shows up. I just, you know, I say lots of good things about Cyber Knight, about Metalcore Collectibles, but that's just me making up for the fact that that dog skeeves me out, man. The dog that Metalcore Collectibles actually is, you know the one that I'm talking about. He's shifty. He's got a lean and hungry look. Excuse me. My God. Now let me move these gears out of the way. Over here. Deal with them later. How you doing, MCC? How's things? You, Mr. Mounted Nightman, can go back over there. We are going to be working on some Mercenary Crossbowmen, which I went ahead and threw down a little bit of primer on one of the crossbowmen. Of course, you can barely see it because it's in black, but I just wanted to see what the crossbow looked like with the string and with the quarrel and everything. Got a number of crossbows here I'm going to be stringing before I actually assemble the figures. This is the lion's share of the work. And I've got a number of 3D printed little crossbow bolts here. I'm going to be attaching to 3 of them. And this is just a wee little something that I whipped up in Fusion 360 real quick and then supported and printed out and test measured and everything, and I think these look pretty good. It was incredibly easy to do. I love 3D printing. I love being able to do shit like that. I need some teeny tiny arrows. Do I want to clip pins and sculpt it with green stuff? No, I'm not gonna print it. I'm just gonna print it. You need shields sculpted. Oh my, what kind of shield? You guys are working on Raptorks. Is it gonna be some of them's? Alright, so that one's going to be straight, this one's going to be loaded, and you can see what I've done here. You can see a little bit of a stress point on these each, but these are the unloaded crossbows, these are the loaded crossbows. I dipped these in hot water, and while they were still submerged, I went ahead and bent the limbs back ever so slightly. You don't want to overdo it, because when you load a crossbow or when you pull a bow, the limbs don't they don't go all the way back, but they flex a little bit. And no one would ever notice if you didn't do this, but I'm doing this because I'm obsessive. So that one's going to be loaded. That has bent limbs. This has bent limbs. This is straight. This is straight. That's straight, that's loaded. Okay, so we're doing 3 loaded and 4 unloaded because we've got 7 guys to put together. Really, we got 6 and part of 1 guy because I didn't finish building this one. Alright, and that'll be the 12 crossbowmen that I need for my 600-point force for later next month. Hey, Gus Schultz, good to see you, man. Now that I'm here, you're gonna head out. Lore Friendly, have a great day, man. Thank you for stopping in, at the very least. It's always good to see you. So, to do this, I wind up needing to cut a series of grooves, which I line up by selecting where this is going to connect to the bow arm, and then going back to the point where I want the turn to be, which is going to be right there. And then it's just a matter of cutting a couple of grooves. I think a razor saw would actually be better for this task, but I don't have one right now, so I'm just making do with a hobby blade. And I do this by just kind of cutting a little triangular divot out. which I'll often wind up, what I'll do is...
Fingertips covered in superglue are not approved safety gear for handling razor blades.
It's very true. What I wind up doing a lot of the time is I'll cut this little triangle out, and then I'll go deep on one side, and then I'll kind of curl the blade in and sort of chop off the connection to pull out the excess of the cut, if you will. Trick here is getting the right depth. I should have my strings ready to go so I can check it. Which, I've got a bunch of extra priming strings that I started saving a long time ago. Pull out some of the better ones here. Not all priming strings are created equal. It depends on your printer settings, but these ones are just about right, so I kept them. That's a good one. You don't want them too wide, you don't want them too thick, you do want them decently flat. That's good. I just dropped one. Where'd it go? It disappeared into the fucking ether. Half of that looks pretty good. I undoubtedly dropped like 3 of them. That should be enough. Drives me nuts when people think crossbows bend back almost on the... Well, I mean, that's the thing, like, bows, like crossbows and drawn bows, are already under tension when you see them. When they're not under tension, when they're not strung, they actually, they unflex a surprising amount. They come out almost flat and curl back on themselves, and that's where all the force comes from. If you've ever strung a bow, you have to pull it real hard to get it into its strung position, and then you get the string, and then you relax, and it goes dink, and it's incredibly taut. There's a huge amount of power in them. Same for crossbows. And then when you draw them, even drawing that string back quite a lot, the bow deforms. It doesn't like fold back on itself, but it deforms slightly. Just enough to make a difference for how I like to do my models. You said it on Friday, can we still use the +1 submissions to... Oh yeah, I didn't put a post about that. Yes, for those of you who have been participating in Greg's Limited Palette Challenge this month, you can have 1 extra Storm Report submission for, yes. For tonight. Go ahead and count yourself with 1 extra Storm Report submission for your Limited Palette Challenge so we can go ahead and take a look at that. And let me know that you were doing it for Greg's challenge, because I want to talk about that a little bit. I started to do it, and I failed. I failed this month's challenge. I wound up rolling off into some other colors, but I learned a few things while I was doing it, so that's got to be worth something. Yeah, that's right. This is a kind of an imprecise process, but just go slow if you're doing this. And make sure you remove any excess plastic down in there. You're just trying to get a nice little groove for the string to kind of rest in. And I always make sure to do this one angled, because I did one of them where I just went straight across for the drawn crossbow, and you can see it looks funny, it doesn't look right. I've been doing this all week without incident, so tonight, now that I've decided to do it live, is going to be the night that I just gouge a huge hole in my fucking hand. Because that's how my luck works. If it weren't for bad luck, I'd have no luck at all. That's right up there. So what I do is I go into the bow limbs themselves, and I'll cut a little triangular divot out. Be careful not to cut all the way through it, where I want the bowstring to connect. Because it's not going to connect very well to the outside of a rounded rod. You got to give it a little bit of surface area for the end of the string to sit in and actually attach with some glue. And I'll use the angle that I cut to kind of line that up, and I'll make a little mark. cut the little triangular divot out. Now let's see if this is the right size or not. 1/2 of this is about the right thickness, so I'm going to clip it off here. See how this lays in here. Pretty decently. Need to clean up one side. Deepening it slightly, pull out a little waste plastic, okay. That's gonna be pretty good on both sides, I think. So what I'll usually do is I will just clip a piece that I know is too long, and I do that mostly because I usually wind up with quite a lot of excess here. I don't want that piece, I can throw that in the trash. That should be more than enough, yeah. So I'll just clip that off. And then I'll usually start with gluing it in the middle. Now, you do want to make sure that you have enough excess here if you're doing it this way, because there's been a few times when I've underestimated it, and then when I went to connect to the bow limbs, I didn't have enough. And that does feel stupid. That makes you feel like a dum-dum. It also helps to go ahead and put a little kink in the middle of this where it's going to be at the bend, so that it'll fit into the groove nicely. And this stuff bends so easily and so cleanly. And then just put just a dabble-do-ya of some super glue right on top of there. It doesn't have to be pretty. Drop this in here and try to line it up in the grooves as best you can without gluing your thumb to it like I just did. And then do it twice because you did it wrong the first time. Glue a little bit of excess paint to your model while you're at it because you're being sloppy with your gloves. All that good stuff. There we go. Flatten that out a little bit. Now, it's best, honestly, once you get to this point, because you can see neither of these are connected to the bow limbs, it's only connected in the center, it's best at this point to just let it rest for a little bit, and then come back to it once that glue has set, so you can attach the string to the bow limbs. But what I can do is I can go ahead and connect one of these crossbow bolts, which I'm going to trim a little bit of excess material off of the resin here. Alright. And I'm going to do just 2 little dabs of super glue here. One up there. One down here. I'll usually just kind of slide this down into place or kind of mash down the rear of it just so you get a good spread of glue along the crossbow bolt. Settle it down into the groove. Not all crossbows from mini makers are really set to do this very well. The design of this one from Conquest actually works pretty well for it. You can fit a whole crossbow bolt in there pretty easily. How you doing, my feet? Good to see you. Well, mine's up having a pretty good profile, I think. Oh, that's one. Let's get to work on another. And always check this, because particularly if you're bending the bow limbs, they won't always wind up perfectly equal. So don't just decide on an angle that you like and start cutting. Always, what I'll do is I'll line the blade up with the 2 points I want the bowstring to hit, there, and then I'll mark my cut based on that. Measure twice, cut once, to put it another way. I mean, I hope that it's helpful, White Wolf. I know that this is just a process that I've developed after doing a fair number of minis this way, after I discovered that 3D printing primer strings are like the best goddamn bowstrings you can possibly use for this scale. They work at 28mm scale, they work even better at 40mm because the bowstrings are kind of big and chunky. Helpful Mosquito, how you doing today? Welcome in. WJ in a little bit of a somber mood because of the quote holiday. Yeah, it's one of those. It's one of those holidays where it's better off spent in sort of somber contemplation than celebration, as it were. Alright, so I've got my angle established. Now I'm just gonna kind of dig it out, remove excess plastic from it, widen it, and then we'll test fit it with some primer string. You want to make sure you get down into it sometimes and really kind of dig out the bottom, because you're cutting a V-shape, so the bottom gets to be really, really pinched. That's why sometimes what I'll do is I'll just line the blade up kind of straight, and I'll push down through the plastic, and then I'll curl it inward and sort of cut away what I just cut down through. Stopping in, saying hi. Well, thank you so much, Helpful Mosquito. What are you up to today? What are you working on? What's the project that you're either working on or ignoring right now? Finished playing War Walking Robots that I haven't touched in 9 years. Oh, nice. I just started playing Factorio again today. That fucking game. I realize it's been years since I've touched it, and they've actually added a lot of stuff. And I gotta get re-caught up on my basic logistics construction. I like logistics games. They're games that I can sink a lot of time and mental energy into. Went to the gym, not doing anything yet. I finished my 30 Terminators on stream tonight. What are you? Am I following you? Am I following you, Helpful Mosquito? Let me find out. Not brave enough for Factorio. You're gonna be working on some Terminators later tonight. I'm gonna go ahead and drop you a follow, and I'll stop in, man. I'm getting ready to do some batch painting myself, so I feel your pain. It's looking pretty good. I want to deepen it a little bit more on the edge. A little bit more. It's not very deep on this side. Now, you want to be careful when you're doing this, because if you just apply a bunch of pressure, these crossbows are not very thick, and you'll just blast right through it. Particularly if you keep them, or if you warm them up beforehand to, like, adjust the limbs or something. So I'm always just, you can always cut away more. It's very difficult to impossible to add plastic back in, so do your cuts slow, do them carefully, take your time. Cut away a little, check your measurements, cut away a little more. Don't ever go whole hog and chop out too much. You will regret it. Okay, let me line up my bow limbs here. Looks like I want a divot right here. And definitely be careful at this part when you're cutting the bow attachment divots, because this is another part where if you press too hard, you can either deform or just blast through the thin styrene completely. So just nice, easy triangular cuts. And remember that you can always cut away more if you have to, but you can't add any back on. I mean, you can, but it's not going to be a fun process. Save yourself a lot, because you see I wind up with a really thin part right there. You don't want to flex this too much. Oh, thank you, Helpful Mosquito. Yeah, I like Pretzel. Pretzel does me pretty well as far as stream jams go. I need to do a musical overhaul and update. Somebody mentioned earlier Dance with the Dead and Gunship, who have their stuff open source for Twitch now, and honestly, I'd rather use just the catalog of Dance with the Dead and Gunship for my stream than Pretzel at this point, because I actually really like their music. Here's a couple of good little divots. What did I do with the string that I was just using? No! What have I done? Hang on. That's a good one. That is a great one. Let's use that. Once you've done it a few times, you'll get a feel for what size of primer string you want. And you can kind of keep an eye out for them. You can also, you don't have to use primer strings, you can just set your printer, like create a file that's just a series of strips that are 0.4 millimeters wide and 0.2 millimeters thick. Like create that in a CAD program and just go, hey printer, make these. And it'll just do single lines of filament squished against the plate. And then when those, you know, when it cools off, those are great for this. It's the same thing. You and the others be willing to visit me on the Thunderhead voice chat forum later on Discord. You practice for a voice tryout? Sure. Yeah, I'd be into that. I usually do a little bit of cooldown after the stream, but after a little bit, I should be available. Toss that. End off. Put this larger than it needs to be, like so. Set that there. Now I'm going to do the little kink as close to the middle as you can get it so you don't shorten your bowstring too much. That should be enough for it to set down in there. Wish I could get my printer even working. Mafik, thank you so much for the reminder. Oh, what problem are you having, Helpful Mosquito? What printer are you running? I can tell you that here in this community, we do a shitload of 3D printing. And not to brag too much, but if there's any place that I would go for advice on getting a 3D printer working, it is the Thunderhead Studio Discord. People are constantly printing stuff. SD card isn't working. Is it just a simple SD card issue? Because those cards get corrupted very, very easily, and oftentimes it's as easy as just switching away. Oh yeah, that's going to be perfect. Let's go ahead and glue that in. I love 3D printing. I love it. I love it. I don't know if I've made that clear enough in this stream. I am just waiting for the day that it really finds its place in the pantheon of wargaming as a hobby, because it is, I think it is the future of the hobby. It has the absolute potential to completely replace basically everyone who is manufacturing miniatures today, and I think they see it, and I think it scares them, and I think that most of them fight against it tooth and nail when they should be embracing it. I don't know what the business model is going to be that really pushes it over the top. If I did, I'd be doing it myself. There you can see this one. I'm going to leave that to set for a few instead of trying to glue these right away. Go ahead and attach one of our crossbow bolts here. Somebody help me out with medieval nomenclature and terminology. What is the difference between a crossbow bolt and a crossbow quarrel? I know that there must be one. It probably describes a difference in the head, maybe? I know that they're not arrows. Arrows are fired by bows. Crossbows fire bolts or quarrels, and I'm not sure what the difference is. Will do, WJ. I'm gonna try a 20-foot Type A to Type B to see if it'll be easier going. Helpful Mosquito, I don't want to discourage you from trying that. I'd say give it a try and see if you like it. I will tell you that I have had much better luck just using SD cards than I have actually connecting my PC via cable to my printer. I cannot tell you how many times because I tried doing that early on, and something happens, there's an interruption in the signal, your computer goes to sleep, whatever, and the print gets interrupted like 12 hours into a 24-hour print. It is so fucking frustrating. I think SD cards are more reliable for that. I'm sure there are plenty of people out there who run their printers directly from PCs that would have better advice than I do, but it's just one of those things where it's like you're introducing, like there are already enough failure states in 3D printing, there are already enough things that can go wrong, and you are kind of introducing another failure point that isn't totally necessary. That has been my experience at any rate. Your mileage may vary. That is 2. Let's get to work on number 3. Quarrel comes from French, bolt comes from German. That makes a lot of sense. That a flowery word like quarrel would be French, and then the Germans are like bolt. Oh, Stila. And quarrel is derived from the French word carré, meaning square, referring to the typically square head. Okay, that makes sense to me, Stila, because yeah, crossbow bolt heads, or I guess quarrel heads in this case, tend to be squares that come down into pyramidal points. They don't necessarily have the and I don't know the terminology, so I'm going to sound stupid, but you know how arrow, like broad heads, will have those big flared, barbed heads. Armor-piercing arrows or bodkins will tend to have more of that tight, long, hardened point on it, and most crossbow bolts are of the same general design. Yeah, Sumitha, it should be, because German is such a sensible language, that the word for quarrel should be like bow that is cross-launching device, long shaft, pointy tip, but, in German. That's how they describe everything. How you doing, Bueno Truno? I saw you in chat earlier. I'm sorry I didn't say hi. If you hear the arguing in quiver... If you hear arguing in the quiver, it's a quarrel. Oh, Jesus, Gus. Oh, my God. What? Why did I read that whole thing? As I paint, I hate D&D minis more and more. Bueno, which ones? Which minis are you coming to hate and why, I wonder? Pull my finger out from under there. Because, any mini can be used for D&D. Just about. How you doing, by the way, Steel Rebel? Good to see you up and about. Did we get a shout-out for Steel Rebel yet? If we didn't, can we please? Another one of my favorite streamers here on Twitch, someone whose stream I try to never miss, even though she tends to stream at like 3 a.m. my time. Why don't you just adjust your entire sleeping schedule to better service my schedule, Steela? That would make this easier on both of us. Your fans would adapt, I'm sure. Other than me, obviously. I wouldn't have to. Wizards of the Coast Oni. It's been a while since you bought it. Is it Wizards of the Coast? Is it WizKids? They did a lot of those minis, and I tend to agree the WizKids models are not great. They're okay. They're perfectly fine minis for what they cost, but they're not like great miniatures. All quarrels are bolts, but not all bolts are quarrels. Oh, okay, all right. I'm behind on my crossbow terminology. Except for just realizing I haven't cleaned my oil brushes the other day. Oh, no. Well, that's a fucking mess. I'm so sorry. Nice, slow, V-shaped cuts here. Taking off a little bit of material at a time. No need to overdo it. Is cereal a soup? Get yourself some Fruity Pebbles, you put them in a bowl, you pour on some milk, you toss in a bone, and baby, you got a stew going. We've been over this before, haven't we? It was like our hot dog sandwiches, our taco sandwiches, our tacos hot dogs, our hot dogs tacos. All good questions. Definitely not idiotic, mind-numbing wastes of mental energy. Definitely good questions. Not WizKids, just an awkward POS and in one piece. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. There are better minis, Bueno Truno. Do not give up. Do not give up, my friend. There are better miniatures out there that you could be painting. I promise you. What always gets me about this station on Pretzel is it has all these Scandroid instrumentals, but I listen to Scandroid. So every time the instrumental starts up, I've got the really quite cheesy lyrics in my head. It's distracting. You're right, Stila, believe it or not, there are 3D printed miniatures out there. We don't know anything about that here, but I hear that they're good. Speaking of 3D printed miniatures, I think Bella Noct is getting ready to do another Kickstarter. I'm gonna have to jump in on that one. Since I'm doing oils these days, I need to start doing some, like, busts and statues and do, like, skin color studies. If I want to improve as a painter, which I confess I do. I don't think I've really improved that much as a painter in the last year. I've improved hugely as a sculptor. I have not improved as a painter, I don't feel like. Trotsky, good to see you, man. Welcome in. And Sphere, could we please get a shout-out for Sphere? Another member of the elite cadre of Conquest, the Last Argument of Kings Twitch streamers. Alright, so when I bent this one, you can see there's a little void here because I stressed it a little bit too much and the outer surface of the limb actually did break a little bit. So there's a little void there, so I'm going to fix that. You can do this with styrene plastic and some plastic cement, because when plastic cement gets on styrene, it liquefies, breaks down, and kind of draws into itself the plastic material from around it. So, Bella Noct, Trotsky. She does a lot of, like, dark fantasy figures and statues and animals these days. And I kind of let that sit there for just a second and start to do chemically its thing, and then I'll go in and just kind of wipe off the excess and push it down into the recess there. And that it won't create the strongest bond, but it will repair the surface. Now there won't be that divot there when I go to paint it. You say as a joke, but I actually like smooth jazz. None of that improvisational gibberish. But some of it, a little bit of it. Spent time with the girlfriend. She had a headache, nodded off. Letting her rest, went downstairs so as not to disturb her. What he means is he poisoned his girlfriend so he could watch Thunderhead Studio. We see through your schemes here, Sphere. I won't tell, though. Well, hopefully the federal authorities don't watch my stream. I think you'll probably be fine. Alright, now I line this up again, put my point there, put a little mark right here. That mark decided I'm going to come in and just very gently, particularly because you don't want to torque these limbs off to one side or bend them. They're very, very difficult to repair if you ever do that. Cutting that little cross section out. Not cross section, a little wedge. Cutting a little wedge out. A little divot. Check the positioning on that. I think I might have moved it a bit. Oh, it's okay. Let me expand it slightly. I'm being extra careful with this limb because it has that little breach in the surface, and once you break the surface of a round shape like this, mechanically speaking, you reduce the strength of it by an amount that an engineer could probably give you a very precise percentage of. It's a lot. It's a whole lot. Once you take the side out of a cylinder, it loses a lot of strength. Hooray for geometry. Is that geometry? Yeah, that'd be geometry. Line that up. Put a little scratch. And you'll notice I do most of my cuts in this, in styrene with a blade. I'll do a lot of my cuts by pushing the blade along and letting the shape of the blade carry it deeper rather than by pressing against the plastic. Nice, clean, smooth cuts. Go. Let's get another string made up. Ooh, this is among the smallest of the primer strings I have ever had. What about you? You look good. A little thick towards one end, but I think it'll do. Am engineer. It removes some to a lot of strength. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. It's one of the strongest shapes until you take out a little bit of it, and then it's not anymore. Yeah, that'll do nicely. Bend it just a little bit more. Strengthen that kink ever so slightly. There we go. And doing this little triangular shape back here is important. As I showed before, the first one that I did, I wasn't really thinking, and I cut straight across, and then I laid the string in, and I'm not going to go back and redo it. This guy's just going to go in the back ranks. But you can see how this is just wrong, right? Because the bowstring, because it's under tension, it should come straight back to the point that it's being pulled at, which is in the center, and then go right back. It being across like this looks awkward and weird, because it wouldn't be getting held all the way across, it would be getting held by one central point. wants to dabble, do you, for that there super glue. By the time I'm done doing this, the first one will be ready to attach the strings to the bow limbs. And then we can do the ones that are not loaded, the ones where the string just goes straight across. That requires a little bit more cutting, though easier cutting for the most part. I actually want to strengthen this kink just a little bit more before that glue sets. Deepen that V, as it were. Okay. Now that I've got glue all over my glove, that definitely won't bite me in the ass later.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
Check our crossbow bolt, make sure it's cleaned up before we go to glue it down. Nothing more embarrassing than putting down glue and then remembering you still have things to clean up. Ooh. If it had a dual trigger shear, it could wind up looking like that. Would that be... Okay, so a crossbow works by you pull the string back, and then a locking mechanism comes up, and I'm sure there's a phrase for what that locking mechanism is. The locking mechanism comes up, and it holds the string in place, right?
Are not approved safety gear for handling razor blades.
They're not. And depending on the era and the style of the crossbow, they all work on a similar mechanism where either a pulled bar or a trigger will then drop that mechanism down and just release the string to then catch the quarrel and shoot it. And I guess, yeah, if you had one singular central hook, it would have that. This is wonderful that I wound up doing this on stream. This is a completely legitimate hand signal for what I'm trying to demonstrate, okay? Because this is a string, and this is the... Okay, let's move on. But in theory, yeah, you could have two. You could have the bolt in the center, you could have the two hooks, and then you could have the string going across, and then kind of like this. This is my expert demonstration. You want to see a good one? Have I ever done this on stream for you guys? Looks funny because I got a glove on one hand. What the fuck am I doing with my life? And reported. How was movie night? Stila, we had a good time. We had a good time with movie night. I came out of watching Double Dragon with mixed impressions, mostly that Double Dragon could have actually been a genuinely enjoyable movie if the fight scenes hadn't been just absolute shit. Because, like, the story itself, or not even the story, but the way that the movie was presented, which is mostly as an action comedy, it had the potential to be genuinely funny. It had some real creativity in it, and it ultimately falls flat because the jokes are, like, genuinely terrible and not funny terrible, and the fight scenes are abysmal, disappointing, and depressing. Hand dino emote that now. We've got room for more emotes. We haven't added any in a while. Get our crossbow bolts glued down. And because I'm obsessive about this, when I did these bolts, I, like, measured them against the bolts that come with the crossbowmen that are in these little things, and it's longer. This crossbow bolt is a little bit longer than the ones that come in their little waist pouch, but I made that choice consciously. Painted a mini for the first time in 6 months and it didn't suck? Still got it, boys. Hell yeah, Soulsworn. I'm glad to hear that. Alright, now time to prove that I have no idea what I'm talking about as I try to glue these parts down. since it's well glued. And usually what I'll do is I'll kind of line this up and I'll come in with some flush cutters. And I'll just kind of clip this about where it needs to be. See all the way in there. If I'm doing it this way, I will clip off too little before I clip off too much, because again, you can't add material back on, but it's very, very easy to take material away. Yeah, it's just a shade more. That is pretty good. This one is kind of torqued off at a funny angle, but it should still work. Alright. This is the part where you wind up having to hold it a little bit, because these don't always want to stick immediately. But that's why you give yourself that little bit of extra surface area so that the hold is better. I'll go ahead and glorb some super glue into those two little divots. You can overdo it a little bit. If you got some excess super glue on there, it's not really going to hurt anything. Kind of push these into place so that you get some surface contact, and then I just gotta hold this for a minute, unfortunately. Some of them go in easier than others. This one got a little torqued off to one side, so it's under a bit of pressure. You kind of gotta hold it till it sets. Moisture helps set super glue, by the way. And breathing on it can help. Oh, one of them, but not the other one. It's a mini, not a hot dog. Just eat it. Yes. Crunch, crunch, crunch. This is the most delicious way to string a crossbow, by the way. By far, the most delicious way to string a crossbow. Tell me what to do, Metalcore. God, you're not my mom. The most fascinating part of the stream by far is this part where I hold the bowstrings in place. It's far too late for that to square. Far too late. Oh, I see how it is. We got the reverse psychology coming out now. Hey, Thunderhead, don't have a good stream. Don't do it. Don't do it. Is that... Either that's going to hold or it's going to pop free in a few seconds.
If you anchor the fox, you're going to get stuffed in a box.
If it pops free, I'll just re-glue it. But there you have, generally speaking, a strung crossbow with a crossbow bolt. Just like that. I think it looks pretty good, too. Looks almost on purpose. Doesn't look terribly uneven either. A little bit, but not terribly. It does, actually. It appears to have what would be a winch connection point right there. And I don't know that the designers of the game put that much thought into how crossbows actually work, but I think, because the goose foot is the part that you step into to pull it back, right? And I think that this would be a goose foot, but they made it a little small. Wait, I'm not doing that yet. Why am I? Yeah. Let's do these other crossbows. It's close enough. So this one's going to go in easier because I actually aligned it properly. A little bit more off of that one. Barely any. That I actually clipped that one a little bit short, but I think it'll still work. What, are they not teaching crossbow nomenclature in public school anymore? God. How America's public education system has fallen? How are you supposed to be useful when you get called up for a peasant levy if you don't even know your crossbow nomenclature, guys? See, if you do it perfectly... that isn't perfect. That isn't perfect. I was about to say that one was perfect, and it almost is a little bit too long, which causes it to bend slightly, and I really want it to be straight. So I'm going to clip off just the teeniest little bit from the end here. Now, ideally, you want it long enough that when it rests in that little V shape, it actually can set there. You know, it has to click past the outer part of the V. But not so long that when it is in there, it bows itself out, which is where this is slightly. It needs just the tiniest little bit more taken off of it. I know I'm probably not explaining that very well. It becomes obvious once you start doing it. Remember the worst case scenario here, if you fuck up your string, is you just do it again, and it's really not that hard to do once the cutting is done. Oop, that's a lot of glue. I didn't want that much glue. Some, not all. Oh, come on. Now I've gone and messed it all up. I'm just gonna have to hold it. That's okay. Wait, what's spray and pray? I can't scroll chat right now. I only see that something was spray and pray. Are we talking about like crossbows or bowmen? Back in the day when volley fire was the key? Just shoot as many times in that direction. If you think about it logically, it makes sense. Anytime you fire a bow or a crossbow, oh, a Chinese repeater crossbow, oh yeah, no, those definitely were. But to be fair, even peasant-used bows and crossbows would have been fairly spray and pray in the sense that it's simple statistics. Anytime you fire in a particular direction, there are a set number of possible paths that your projectile can go on. And some of them are ideal and some are less than ideal. So if you increase the total number of times that you fire, you increase your chances of hitting the specific point that you're aiming for. So logically, if 20 people fire in generally the same direction from the same spot, you have a decent chance of hitting whoever it is that's over there. Them longbows and bodkin arrows were a big problem for a little while there. For some folk, anyway. Scary accurate, scary long range. Everything is relative, of course, because compared to almost any modern firearm, they were basically like just throwing a rock in the general direction of your enemy. course, then when firearms did come along, they were also insanely inaccurate, which is why those, like, German Landsknecht with their wheel-lock pistols were famous for riding up onto people, and then when they're, like, 5 feet away, shooting them in the chest or back. Because from any greater distance than that, your chances of actually hitting somebody were pretty small. What up, Happy Heretic? How you doing? This is a fascinating part of the stream where I hold these bowstrings in place for the final part of them to set with the super glue. I'm going to try releasing them now, and I might regret it. Well, that worked. Okay. This one is not totally perfectly done, but it is good enough. Trying to prime the abomination, but your airbrush isn't cooperating. Oh no, what problem are you having with your airbrush? Alright, time for the third one here. This one up, this one lines up nicely. See, this is why you want to do the kink in it, because if you do it right, the bowstring will already be in place and you won't really have to hold it under any tension when the glue is setting. But like most precise tasks in this world that you will ever do, you will discover the perfect way to do it right about when you're done doing it. Like after you've done 6 of them, and those are the only 6 that you need, you'll figure it out on the 6th one, and then never have to do it again. There we go. What? Being anal retentive and pedantic? We don't do that here.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
And more and more and more. This one is almost set up ideal, and you might not be able to see it on the camera.
To Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Damn you. Please don't show me your genitals.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
don't show them to me, for the love of God. The ideal connection point for the glue here is gluing this side of the flat onto this side of the wedge that's been cut out, and this one is almost perfectly set up to do that. So you're actually pressing some flat material against flat material. You have good surface contact for your glue to stick. Again, you'll figure out how to do this about the time that you do the last one that you have to do ever. Alright, just hold what I got. Yeah, we don't, but I do. That's some Mitch Hedberg level bullshit. Like, I used to do drugs. I still do, but I used to too. Oh, rest in peace, Mitch Hedberg. We miss you, man. It's really not that bad, Happy Heretic. I've done 3 of them with crossbow bolts in the last... I guess about an hour. About an hour I've been sitting here bullshitting and cutting and gluing. But none of the cuts or the gluing have been particularly difficult. Like, none of the tasks are really all that hard. They just take a little bit of time. I think it's worth it. I like the look of it well enough. And, like, the hardest part normally would be making little crossbow bolts to go on your crossbows, but I just 3D printed these. I whipped them up in Fusion 360, and I 3D printed them in about an hour. Seems to be a good hold. And there we have our third strung and ready to fire crossbow. Oh, they are. Shock. Yeah, realistically, they would be a little bit smaller, but I'm a big believer in what they call heroic scale. If you took most miniatures that look good, including a lot of the ones from Conquest, if you took the person and blew them up to full size, they would look fucking freakish. They would have giant heads and bulging eyes and huge, goofy-looking hands. Because in miniature form, you have to exaggerate certain things for it to look good. And in this case, exaggerating the features of the crossbow bolt just helps it to look decent at average viewing distance. About to chuck this abomination out the window for how frustrating it was. Heretic, I swear. Building this son of a bitch right here was vastly more frustrating than stringing these crossbows. Like, this kit begs to be built in small sub-assemblies. It's a surprisingly challenging build. It has a lot of options for how it's posed, but it's tricky, and it's really hard to get this guy in a position that looks natural or organic, which I think is why, like, the studio abomination you'll see is in this really awkward pose. It's just kind of like standing on four legs, and it's completely rigid and erect, and its hands are just kind of like extended to its sides, and it looks like it's standing like a fucking robot. Organic, natural poses are very tricky to do. Most of them involve turning its head, which it's not actually designed to do. You kind of have to make that up yourself. Like, it's a cool model, but, like, before they do, say, a fifth... Well, how many factions is it now? It's 100 Kingdoms, Nords, Spires, Wahadrun, and Dweghom. So we got 5 factions now, and we're going to have a 6th faction in the form of the Old Dominion. So before they do a 7th faction, like, as soon as they've got a good number of Old Dominion stuff out, and they're not going to listen to me, they don't care what I'm saying, but I'm going to say this anyway. Parabellum, if you're listening, this model wants a version 2. Because a lot of what you've done here is really, really great. Your thinking behind a lot of the ball joints is fucking spot on. It gives us a lot of options as players. There are a few things, small things, you could change about this kit that would make it easier to build. And please, for the love of God, you gave us 4 different poses for each foot. Like, literally, there are 4 different... For each foot, you have 4 pieces you can choose from. So you can have this, like, with the curled fingers. You can have this where it's kind of like, you know, pushing off. You can have this where it's more flat on the ground. And, no, they're not. They don't fucking listen to me, WJM. I think that some of them have stopped into the stream a time or two. But probably not, no. But you gave us 4 poses for each foot. Please give us more than 1 pose for the hands. Because this is fucking frustrating. There is 1 pose for the hands, and it's this. Its hand is just like this. So it's not grabbing anything. There should be one where, like, the pinky is curled in and the index is extended. There should be one where all the fingers are curled. There should be one that's like a fist. Like, we should have options for the hands, because as it is, you're very limited. Unless you want to cut and glue and do a bunch of bullshit. So I set mine up like he's just kind of slashing his claws from side to side. Thank you for saying so, for a 4th Exile. I worked on this pose for a while. The most unnatural thing about this model, and again, Parabellum, if you're listening, if you listen at some point, if someone tells you about this, the most unnatural thing about this model is he's designed for his head to always be facing perfectly forward, aligned with his torso. To turn his head, you've got to glue it kind of funny in a way that it's not designed to go. This is the most unnatural thing. Because, turning your head is so common, and it's required for dynamic poses, because anytime you're throwing a blow, or you're swinging an arm, or even if you're charging forward, and something I do when I'm posing models is I stand up in my office, and I'm like, okay, what do I want the guy to be doing? Okay, he's swinging a sword, so I would do it like this, and then I stop and I think about, okay, where is my body? What am I doing? How can I make this look natural? And something that you realize as soon as you start doing that, or even if you just do some studies on natural motion, you realize that basically anytime you do anything, your torso twists and your head turns. Your head faces forward and your shoulders move forward and backward depending on how you're moving, depending on, like, so rarely is anyone with their head aligned with their shoulders. It's an unnatural, weird position. That's like the position of attention. That's not I'm doing something, that's I'm standing very still. I think the most unnatural thing is the 20-foot tall centaur bug man. You might have a point. Alright, we got 4 more to do, but we're doing these ones unloaded, so they should be pretty easy to do. Don't have to glue any quarrels for these. No bolts, if you will. These ones are just exactly as they come off the sprue, and what I'll do for these is I will line up where I'm going to do my cut straight across, and I'll just press the blade in, because the string is going straight across the crossbow. And then I'll cut the same kind of wedge shape out. Now in real life, the string would be kind of bent as it came up and over, but that's not very strong in miniature form, and you won't notice it for the most part, so I tend to just cut down in, so I've got a nice little divot for the string to rest in. Hell yeah, Happy Heretic. If you've got it posed, dude, I would love to see it. You should post it in the Storm Report. Vanilla poses are so just, yeah. I don't like, it depends on the mini, Sumitha. Some minis look really good in a static pose. Like, if you were making a mini, and this is a very specific example, but it has to do with their character. Most minis I like in dynamic or action poses, but if you were to be like, here's a mini of Darkseid for a DC Universe game, I'd be like, well, he needs to be standing straight up with his hands kind of locked behind his back, and at most give him some, you know, Omega beams coming out of his eyes or something. Looks like an excellent way to cut off a finger. Yeah, I've been practicing that method quite a lot, Soulswell. Oh, it's not quite that thin. And I do have cut-resistant gloves on for a reason. I never really apply that much pressure. I've cut myself enough to be very conscious of how to avoid it. You don't have bugmen on Earth? Well, not since Buenos Aires. These ones have a dual layer. And when I say cut-resistant Helpful Mosquito, I do not mean cut-proof. I mean more, in fact, what it should always be noted when people use phrases like resistant, it means they are going to resist cutting more than your average textured glove. But that is not an excuse to go cutting yourself. I have tested this theory on a number of occasions, and they will, if you're quick and you're clever and you stop pressing very quickly, I'll usually only cut through one layer of this glove before I get to my skin, or if I get to my skin, I won't cut very deeply. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, Waffles. They're better than skin a little bit. Believe me, I'm under no illusion that I'm wearing a magic force field that will keep me from cutting myself. What I am wearing is a preventative measure that will stop me from cutting myself as badly as I otherwise would. Yeah, exactly, WJ. There's no such thing as bulletproof, only bullet resistance. Here. And then I just do the same little wedge cuts. What I do on the other limbs. Double check my angles. Yeah. See, I made a mistake there. This limb has been slightly weakened. I shouldn't have put that sideways pressure on it, but I stopped before I broke it, so now I'm going to hold it real close past that point while I do this cut, and it should be good. But I weakened this limb earlier trying to bend it improperly, so I have to be kind of gingerly with it if I don't want to break it, which I don't, because I don't have any extra crossbows. That should do pretty well. I want to loosen this up a little bit. I think that's about all the cutting I need to do. So you got a little divot over here, a divot over here, and then a channel in the middle. Yeah, that'll do nicely. Now this is a situation where you can often cut it almost the perfect length right off the bat without actually doing any gluing yet. I'm going to cut it a little bit long just to give myself some leeway. Oh, don't break anything. And besides, everybody knows that if you bleed on your models, they roll better. Start off with a little dab of glue on this limb. And a couple of dabs of glue on either side of this little channel. Take our string piece, I'm going to run it down the channel and into the divot on one side so it's lined up real nice. Cut some off of here. I think I made it just a little bit long. Or I didn't cut enough of the divot out. I messed up something, not badly, but a little bit. Let's fix it. There we go. That'll do. And I'll just go ahead. And these ones you don't have to wait to glue. You can do all 3 points at once because it's just in a straight line. The other one I've messed it up trying to do all 3 at once. And now I've only got to hold this one glue point because it's the only one that's under any real tension. This is very important. How does that work for Tabletop Simulator? Wait, what did I say, Waffles? I don't remember what I said. I don't remember what I say most of the time. I just kind of talk. What is the time? Oh, for the report of the storm, for the storm report. That starts at 8:30 p.m. Mountain Standard, pretty much every stream, usually a few minutes after, so about 1 hour is going to be the cutoff. Shadow Mix. Just need to give myself a nosebleed all over my Thousand Suns. Oh, bleeding on your models. That's what you're talking about, Waffles. I'm sorry. Bleed on your keyboard. That's the same thing. No, that wouldn't be good for your keyboard, actually. Come to think of it, that might cause a malfunction. Particularly with how salty blood is. You know what? I'm not going to recommend anything. Because somebody's going to be like, that Thunderhead Studio's telling people to cut themselves, and that'll be the end of the stream.
And so I painted on some metallics. Bitches love metallics.
They love the metallics. Oh no, I almost glued my glove to it. Alright, so there we have an unloaded crossbow. It's still under tension, but it is not loaded. It does not have a crossbow bolt. Got a few more of those to do. And I like doing the mix. I do about half loaded and half unloaded. It gives them some variety. These haven't had mold lines or anything trimmed off them, so I'm just going to do that. Guess what you got in the mail, Roland? It is your monthly package from the Jelly of the Month Club. Hallelujah. Holy shit. Oh, that's much better. That's much better than what I had in mind, Roland. Were you here earlier? I was showing these. I didn't do a great paint job on them. I was just testing out how they worked. I'm going to deepen the details on them. But these are those Badland bases that I did up, Roland. I'm going to make the details a little bit deeper because they got a little muddy. But this was just a quick dry brush, and I rebased these guys onto the Badlands bases. As far as a proof of concept goes, I think this is pretty solid. It's a 30mm round. It has a space in the bottom for a washer. I do these with pretty much all of my bases just because I love that little bit of extra weight that it gives it. And then it has 180-degree forward and back firing arc markers. It has little divots in the side. And I'm sure somebody could do a much better paint job on these than I did. I literally just dry brushed it like 4 or 5 colors real quick. For something that you can print, cure, dry brush, and glue, I think it worked out pretty well. Hey, Toe Bean Lord, it's been a while, man. How are you? Good to see you. Oh, thank you for the reminder, by the way. I should probably, you know what I should do? I should put a wash on those bases. I think that'll help them immensely. I'm adjusting my... Oh, my posture. Okay. Doing a lot of downsizing for a move. That's always an exciting time. Hopefully a good move. Hopefully an exciting move. A move forward into new things and not backward. Get so much better at layering glaze for shading after watch. Oh, really? That's awesome. I'm glad. I'm always glad if I can be of any help to people along their painting journey. I'm not like... I'm not a fucking master out there. I'm no Goobertown Hobbies. I'm not gonna lay out the scientific methods that you can use to perfect a technique. I just fuck around with models a lot, and I've got some decent little axioms in my head, and if I can share those with you, then that's awesome. Hey, cheaper's good. Hey, I'll tell you what, these days, after all the bullshit that went down in 2020, if you can cheapen your living arrangement even a little bit, I view that as a positive. Alright, so, lining this up here. Here, and then press, and give myself a nice line to cut along. Wait until 21 finally takes its next turn. Yeah. I try not to say silly things like, "Wow, 2021 is so much better than 2020," because I'm not superstitious, but I am a little stitious. I made this trench a little wider than I meant to, but that's okay. You can always clean that up. You can always clean that up a little bit if you need to. Wombat Combat Prime coming in with the... Did I miss a fucking follow? Splintered Brush came in here and followed me, and I was just like, hey guys, what's up? I'm just gonna ignore Splintered Brush Studios. Splintered Brush, if you're still here, thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I'm a big fan of your work. Wombat Combat, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Wombat, what were you working on today, man? I might give him a minute. He might have to watch commercial. Oh no, there he is. What's up? I've been really good, Toby and Lord. I've been really good, and thank you so much for asking. Feel free to share some of your work, by the way, in the Storm Report. We haven't seen any of your art for a little while. I would love to see what you've been working on lately, man. There's another one, too, where you want to check how deep your trench is going if you're cutting these, because the last thing you want to do is cut all the way through the crossbow, and then you'll feel real dumb. Mafik, welcome back. Playing some City Skylines. Felt like managing traffic. Dude, I love City Skylines. I fucking love city simulator games like that, and City Skylines is just like, it's the ultimate culmination of everything that SimCity has ever been. Also, I'm terrible at it, but I love it. I'm bad at most games that I really enjoy. I get distracted long before I put in the time and the effort required to really become good at anything. This is just the story of my life, for the most part. Okay, fair dues, Shadow Minx. But let me put it this way. Let me put it to you this way, okay? Flesh heals. Styrene plastic does not. So... Okay, don't cut your finger off. No, don't do that. You're right. Most of the character refs and things. Oh, no, I get you. Share anything that's, you know, safe for Twitch, as it were. But still, that sounds to me like you've probably been getting commissions, and that is always a positive, man. How's your city going over there, Wombat Combat? You ever used it for wargaming terrain ideas, or anyone else in the chat? I'll tell you one, WJ. I'll tell you a similar thing. You know the game Surviving Mars? If you've played Surviving Mars, ever, which is a great game, by the way. It's like a simulation colony builder on Mars. If you've ever built the apartment building you can build inside of the domes, it's the same fucking thing. It's the same fucking thing. I'm not too proud to admit that I looked at that building and I thought, wow, that's cool. I'm gonna add one more level to it and make it a little bit more complicated. And that turned into a piece of wargame terrain. It's a great game. I love Surviving Mars. Stila, we make an exception for you. But Stila's also forbidden from showing off her work. We'll take you, Stila, but don't go filling our channels with any of your weird tentacle boob wiener monsters that you get up to painting on OnlyFans. We are a respectable stream around here. I won't have you hussying up the joint with your upsetting titty monsters. I wish I was kidding. The last thing she painted is a really upsetting titty monster.
Do you like sexy battle mechs, sexy streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things.
Some.
And more.
And more. Is one of those models that's like, I swear to God, it's largely John Carpenter inspired, and it's like, it has breasts, but you would have to be a real crazy motherfucker to be in any way attracted to the last thing that she painted. It's a delight. It's a delight. You know, if you're a weirdo. Like some of us are. That dude has issues. Honestly, Steela, I'd be perfectly happy with you putting it up. Discord doesn't have... Like, you can... What am I saying? You can post anything you want in Discord. I just realized I'm in some Discords where people post horrible shit. You can post it in Discord.
And as I lay on the cold, unforgiving table, my liquid spewing out from beneath me across the polished surface, I look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head, eyes alight with disappointment as he cleans his brush.
Alight with disappointment. Don't put it in the Storm Report, Steela, because I show that on Twitch. But you can put it in the showcase, no problem. I have no issue with that. Deep in the trench, just slightly. You can't post anything to Discord. I mean, don't tell some of the Discords I'm in, because I've seen some things that would, like, melt the paint off the walls. I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion. I've seen sea beams glitter in the dark at Tannhauser Gate. I've seen titty monsters bubbling over their weird wiener-shaped orifices. I'm not making this up, I'm describing an actual mini. Now you're hanging out in the dark weeb discords. Hey man, it's the internet, let's get weird. No, don't stick to my finger. That's the one thing I don't want. Is stick to everything other than my finger, please. Thank you. Yeah, I made the trench on this one a little bit too large. It'll be... Stop sticking my finger! There isn't even any glue there, you asshole. It's just moisture that it's sticking to, I guess. What the fuck? Oh, you're trying to super glue this? Let me stick to the vague moisture on the pad of your finger instead. Made the trench a little bit too large on this one, but it's not like a big deal. Uh-oh, it's in the showcase. He really is an upsetting figure. Be aware before you go check out Steela's work. Like, it's monstrous. It's monstrous, but she paints things like that so lovely. In a monstrous way. A little too long, aren't you? There we go. That end isn't glued yet, but I'm going to let it sit for a second so that I don't wind up messing anything up. And glue that one. Alright, on to the next crossbow. It certainly is a mini. That's definitely a thing that somebody painted. I have to admit, dark weeb is that's a solid phrase. Kind of describes Robert Patrick in Double Dragon that we watched last night on the Discord. He was a bit of a dark weeb. He was like early wave weebcore. How you doing, Romeo Void? It's good to see you, man. My microphone wasn't really pointed at my face there. Sorry. Important streaming tip. Point your microphone at your face, where your mouth sounds come from. What was the line? I've got to get a clip of that one line from Double Dragon. Eat some fist, butthead, he says to the guy. Eat some fist, butthead. Oh my god. This knuckle sandwich is organic. By the way, it may be completely obvious by now, but if you are going to do what I'm doing, and you're stringing bows and crossbows for like fantasy infantry, do it before you assemble the mini. That might seem obvious, but I haven't actually said it, and I would hate for you to think, oh, I'll assemble the mini and then I'll do... No, don't do that. That's a terrible idea, and you'll hate your life by the end of it. Do it when the bits are separate, and then put the mini together. As with all things, though, dry fit, I have run into situations a few times where, particularly when the minis are not designed for it, when you bend the bow and then you put in the string and the arrow and everything, sometimes the other arm can get in the way because when the mini was designed, it wasn't counting on having anything physically where the bowstring goes. So dry fit everything and double check. Time to start slapping some oil paint on this abomination. Slap it! Slap it on there! You know, one of the things I love about oil paint is that is a completely legitimate description for what you're doing with it. My oil painting fascination may have been forged in the orderly approach, the crucible of Wapelius's fire, where he labels everything and does everything all nicely and cleanly. But I have found freedom. I have found freedom in oil painting in the disgusting Goblin Tinkerer's workshop of Matt Yee, where he doesn't give a shit. He's just like, oh, here's a tube of oil paint. I guess I'll squeeze it out onto my desk, and then I'll take my finger and I'll just kind of rub it on there real quick. It's horrible what he does with oil paints. It's basically a war crime. But somewhere between the two lay the ultimate compromise. Is that a Bop It joke to Square? Is that what I'm seeing? Because I remember that commercial. Mm-hmm. I didn't realize that Bop was an emote, and it would replace that with a hammer. The more you learn, the more you know. Or rather, now you know. And knowing is half the battle. Needs a little more depth.
Warning. Fingertips covered in superglue are not approved safety gear for handling razor blades.
They're really not. Though, that can also keep you from slashing your fingers too badly. I've had superglue covered fingertips save my ass a couple of times when I was being lazy. I'm screwed then, because I know fuck all. Well, you can get the other half of the battle.
50 Shades of
Hey, Terror
Cold
Shard,
Grey.
what's up?
And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
Just deepening the trench that I'm cutting a little bit at a time here, going nice and easy and gentle. Never applying so much pressure that if I should slip, I will jam it through my finger. Exacto! It's fucking sharp! That's pretty good. Now let's line this up. Take some chunks out of the... There are 4, which is admittedly odd, Romeo Void, because there's chapter 1, 2, and then 4, 5. There's no chapter 3. I don't know what happened there. There are 4 shades. Just tell me how many shades of gray there are. We need to get David Warner in here to voice that line. He's probably hurting for work, right? Oh, wait, did David Warner die? Oh, no, I don't know if David Warner's alive or not. Oh, God. Somebody tell me David Warner's still alive, please. Oh, I can and I will, Firestarter. You say I can't, but I've already done it. David Warner's still alive. Thank you, Happy Heretic. That might not be true, because I doubt you looked it up, but, yeah. Exactly. You know who... Like, you don't know that you know who David Warner is, but you do know who David Warner is. You've heard his voice and you've seen him in things, you just don't realize that's who it was. Fantastic to Square, I am really glad to hear that. I just had there have been so many celebrity deaths in the last few years, and a couple of them have really surprised me. And David Warner's kinda old. He's not like really old, but he's old enough. You know, he was playing like fusty old scientists when Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2 was new, so... And I mean, like, Vanilla Ice is old, so... Oh, shit, am I old? Oh, no. Yes, he plays Ra's al Ghul in most of the DC animated stuff. If you've heard Ra's al Ghul's voice in anything DC animated, it was almost certainly David Warner. You're not old. You can't be old, because if you're old, what does that mean about me? Oh, God. We're not old, Steela. Steela, calm. Steela. Calm down. We're not old. We're seasoned. This should be familiar to you. I'm pretty sure this is Italian Sign Language, isn't this? This is like a thing in your culture. This definitely isn't racist or in any way bigoted for me to assign this to your culture as a hand signal. This is just me calming you and your Italian heritage down. And I don't know what it means, I just know that it's a thing. Not getting older, just leveling up. Yeah, all the levels past like 20 are bullshit. Is it true? Is it true, Steela? Do you do half your talking with your hands? Actually, I think Steela does like 90% of her talking with her hands, because she doesn't have a face. She has to make up for that fact. Every year, hundreds of Italian girls are born without a face. For the price of a cup of coffee, you could make their life better. Hands are a big part of our vocabulary.
Welcome, everyone.
I'm sorry, I'll stop
to
insulting your
Thunderhead
cultural
Studios,
heritage.
where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. Don't, for the love of God. Don't do it. Don't do it. Go. Pick this up. For the price of a cappuccino, please. Yeah, I apologize. I should be more culturally sensitive. Obviously, in that case, it would be a cappuccino. Quit sticking to my finger. There's no glue on my finger. Why do you keep sticking to it? Stupid. What have I done? I gotta cut this shorter. Why am I trying to do this before I clip it? I'm not following my own stupid rules here. Okay, here we go. Oh, we'll pause the stream for you then, Steela. Because what's the point? And take a break from Minnie before I melt it. My God, what are you doing to it, Bueno? You're worried about melting your Mini. You may be doing something wrong. I don't promise that you are, because I'm not entirely sure what your goal is. It's just not something that I am often at risk of doing. Yeah, that'll work nicely. Leave that unglued for the moment to let the other glue points set. That is 1, 2, 3. We have one crossbow left, and then we will have done all of them. Oh, you're working on the abomination still? It's just dumb, awkward, and it frustrates me. I'm so sorry to hear that. No, WJ, it does not. Super glue doesn't melt anything. Well, that's not true. I think super glue might melt some, like, foams or something, possibly. I don't think it does, though. Oh, your God. Oh, what? What? Just discovered there's a square empty box emoji. Wow, this changes everything, you guys. I can't... Oh, my God. This opens up so many possibilities for emojis. You can put an empty square box, and you can put a whole bunch of them in a row. Holy shit. Oh, it looks like something else to you, I see. It's not showing up for me, it just shows up as blank boxes. That's the Italian, that's this? Okay. I know you have to do that when you say certain words, like, you know, I learned watching Jada's fucking cooking shows, like when you go spaghetti, you have to say spaghetti. A linguine. And other various foods. Some super glue can melt foams. Yeah, I figured that was probably the case, Kursala, but it's not going to melt plastic of any description. That's a different gesture. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Steal a Rebel. I am guilty of not only cultural appropriation, but cultural misappropriation. What's her name? Jada Mitchell, I think, is the cooking show lady. She legitimately says Italian words like that. She'll be like, spaghetti. Spaghetti. Like, you can just say spaghetti. It's okay. Nobody's gonna judge you. Linguine. You can just say the word. You don't have that accent. I listen to you speak. You don't speak that way until you're saying one of these particular words. No, Steela, I told you to stop making up noodles. We've been over this. You're hating drawing hands once again. You know, that's appropriate. Because Tobin Lord, you haven't been in here in, I think, a few months now. And I think the last time I saw you in chat, you were also complaining about drawing hands. It's amazing how some things don't change. You know? She has the biggest mouth on TV. Well, that only comes because she has the biggest jaw on TV, Ion Raptor. Is she a De Laurentiis? How many of them are there? Her real name is Chrissy or Brooke or something like that. And the closest she got into Italy is free breadstick night at Fazoli's. Oh my god, I haven't thought about... Is she's do you know De Laurentiis' daughter for real, Roland? I don't have, like, more respect for her as a result of learning that, but I do find that interesting. That's kind of... Well, you know, that probably explains why she has a fucking cooking show at all. It's like you in Star Wars, nothing much changes. Yeah, speaking of which, can we talk about how Rogue One is the worst fucking thing to happen to Star Wars? No, I'm not. I'm not really gonna do that. I'm kidding. I'm joking. Or am I? I am. Lining that up. And making the first cut. Okay. We are so nearly done with this process. Yeah, it does. It is time consuming. And you really don't need to do this with your minis. This is just, you know, if you want to, this is probably the easiest way to do it for the most part. You could probably make this cutting process easier by using something like a dagger saw. Like a jeweler's dagger saw. But I'd be careful because you're liable to cut through more than you want to if you're just swinging a frame saw at this thing. Forced compliment for Mandalorian Season 2? Hang on. Who's... Oh, shit. Why can't I think of her name? She's one of Ron Howard's daughters. Oh my god, the name is gonna drive me crazy. Bryce Dallas. Yes. Thank you, Roland. Thank you so much. You really are just like my secondary brain. Sometimes, man. Datron Voltari on that 13-month sub streak. Thank you so much for your subscription, man. Subs. I do love seeing that people are having a good enough time hanging out in chat, hanging out in the Discord, being a part of the community, that they want to throw a sub my way. So thank you so much for that. What's awesome, Datron, is that you've been hanging out for like 13 months solid. I always love seeing you in chat. But yes, Bryce Dallas Howard's episode of The Mandalorian Season 2 is phenomenal. She should direct more. I saw that episode, and all I could think to myself was Bryce Dallas Howard needs to direct more episodes. It was great. it had a couple of tiny things in it that were like, that's kind of dumb. But when you're talking about the Mandalorian, where every single episode has 5 to 10 of those moments in it, when you only get down to like 2 or 3, you're doing pretty good. That was the Bo-Katan episode, Happy Heretic. I don't remember the name of the episode now, but it was the one where they met up with Bo-Katan.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Cold Gray.
They also had
Chapter
a Gazanti on that
5.
one.
Thunderhead smiled as he held 2 brushes aloft, staring down at his workstation and me with an evil light glinting in his eyes. He put both sets of bristles into the Glorby fluids, chuckling to himself as he did so. Looks like it's time for 2 brushes, 1 paint pot.
What's up, Chaotic Harmony? How you doing, man? Can we get a shout out for Chaotic Harmony, the source of that incredibly simultaneously soothing and oddly quite irritating voice that pops in every now and then to heckle me on my own stream. A fantastic streamer, miniature painter, tabletop wargamer extraordinaire, professional Battletech troll, or at least he would be if anyone paid you money for doing that. How you doing, Chaotic? 99, man, that was a good year. Or at least it was one of those years where we didn't know how bad things were yet, so it seemed like a really good year. You know those years. It was all the ones prior to 2001. And then after 2001, suddenly we had to, like, know how much stuff sucked. And it's just been all downhill since then. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm just bemoaning the loss of my childhood innocence. What are you gonna do? That's a good fucking nap, Chaotic. I don't know how you feel about that sort of nap, but that's the kind of nap I'm shooting for anytime I lay down to have one. Where I wake up and I'm just like, I don't know where I am or what the fuck is going on, and it takes at least a half an hour for my brain to get going again, because that means that, man, I fucking slept. I probably needed that nap. You can use that however. There are no fucking... Does this look like a stream with rules to you, Drakari? Except for the one where I don't want you to show me your cash and prizes. That is a rule. That is a rule. The peak of human civilization. According to Morpheus, yes. According to the historical documentary The Matrix. Did you guys know that they fucked up the plot of The Matrix? That producers fucked up the plot of The Matrix? One major plot point that doesn't really make any sense in that movie.
To Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Just don't do it. Nobody's gonna make you do it. The only reason that would happen is if you wanted it to happen, so don't want it to happen. I'm not talking about Switch. I'm not talking about Switch in this case, Datrin, though I think that Switch was a big mistake they made when they were writing The Matrix. For those of you who don't know about that one, the character Switch in The Matrix, who you might remember as not like this. Not like this. That might be how you remember that character. Was meant to be, and I thought this was one of the coolest details, was going to be called Switch because I think outside The Matrix... they'd be male, and inside the Matrix they'd be female, which was a play on the concept of residual self-image, in that it's not like you go into the Matrix and you set up an avatar and you choose it, and then you go in and you're like, boom, that's who you are. You go in and you manifest as kind of who you see yourself as, who you feel like you are, which is again why Thomas Anderson goes in, and he doesn't have any plugs, and he's got hair, and he's wearing like a jacket and boots, because it's just like, that's how he sees himself. And yeah, Switch was going to be called Switch because in reality it was a man, and then inside the Matrix it was a woman, which that might also have helped people adapt to the whole Wachowski transgender situation, which seemed to take a lot of people by surprise. But it's like they were writing about this a long fucking time ago. But no, that's not what I'm talking about. I do think that would have been really neat But originally, in the original script for The Matrix, what the machines were doing was not using human beings as batteries. Because batteries doesn't make any fucking sense. Using humans as batteries is a terrible idea. We're wildly inefficient. You could do way better by just building solar panels, and they kind of tried to handwave that in the movie by going, once we scorched the sky, they couldn't use solar power. But then, in the next movie, like, they fly up above the clouds and they see the sun, so it's like, you could just build towers and put solar, like, there's nuclear power is a better fucking option than using humans as batteries. Processors, yes, Datron Voltari, the original idea in The Matrix was that they were using human brains as a sort of neural computational network, which is again why we had to sort of be conscious, and then why they would present us with things like problems and keep our brains moving. We were going to be, it was a metaphor for the rising internet, and it would have been so much more socially relevant, particularly with the rise of social media. And it was like producers looked at that, and because it was in the late 90s, they were like, oh, that internet isn't, no, the internet's, that's not going to be a big thing. Nobody will understand what that is. Oh, that hurts my brain. It hurts my brain so much. No. 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 I hate it. I wish that they had just done it the original way. It would have been better. Oh yeah, they couldn't have had that one throwaway line where they called Neo Coppertop. That would have ruined the film. Need to widen this part just a teeny bit, and then it'll be ready to glue. Ooh, that was almost a slip into a finger cut. That one, I applied too much pressure, and it almost was a finger cut. We almost got there, guys. So close. Yeah, that's just it, Mannix. It's one of those things that you don't really think about that much, so it wasn't like that terrible of a change, because obviously the movie still did well. But it adds so much to the themes of the film to just do it right the first time, and they just didn't. They assumed that people were too stupid to understand what that would mean. Which, again, is funny considering the rise of social media roughly 10 years later, where it's like, literally everyone would understand what that means. In fact, we'd be looking back at The Matrix as like, wow, it was really ahead of its time. It had a lot to say about human networks. And the Wachowskis did have something to say about it. And we were just like, no. Fuck you. By we, I mean some producers. If those two ideas had been left in the movie, The Matrix would be regarded even better than it is at this point. Oh, thank you so much. Just set it right back there. But instead we got a much cheaper version of the film. That's not even fair. It's not a much cheaper version of the film. It's a slightly cheapened version of what is a good movie. I think it does, Shock. I think that it does add something to the overall message of the movie. I think both of those points do. But the movie itself still had enough content that it's not completely sterile without it. And that's good. But you know what neither of those decisions were as bad as? Either of the fucking sequels. Yeah. Nothing could besmirch the good name of The Matrix quite like the sequels to The Matrix. Didn't you hear? We're getting another one. A fucking another one. Because there is no God. Or he would save us from this nightmare. You know what? I gotta pull this out, and I gotta deepen the trench a little bit more. It's not quite where it needs to be. I got a little preemptive with this. If I can, if I didn't just fuck this up. Let's just dig you out. Without breaking the string, ideally. It's almost exactly the right length, so I'm going to set it over here where I won't miss it. Won't lose it, rather. That's the word I'm looking for. No franchise is safe. No franchise is safe from the re-emerging popularity of Keanu Reeves. I don't know. Keanu's going to be in it. Carrie-Anne Moss is coming out to do it. Who knows? Maybe it'll be good. Maybe it'll help to redeem the previous 2 films that are just a fucking trash fire. Who knows? I certainly don't. Nobody's paying me. I watched The Animatrix at the time. I think that The Animatrix is probably some of the best material that came out of The Matrix. Also, the video game Enter the Matrix was pretty solid. It had a surprisingly good tie-in story. And the gameplay was fun. Because he's Jesus, WJ. Oh my god. Was it not more... How could it... You mean spam the grapple punch? Yes. Yes, Waffles. Spam the grapple punch over and over and over. Lock them up in the animations, particularly if they're agents. That's technically gameplay, and so you have supported my point. Thank you very much, Waffles. Technically, that is gameplay. Gotten myself into a little bit of a conundrum with this one by trying to insert this when it's already cut to length. This is why I always cut it to length after it's been inserted. But with a little bit of effort, I think I can still make it work. Hold it there for a minute. The glue should set. And that works pretty good. There. Another strung crossbow. I know this one must have been fascinating to watch me do because I was doing a black string on a black background so you couldn't see a goddamn thing that was going on. But, hey, that's a crossbow string right there. I definitely cut the divot a bit too wide on this one, but I think it'll be okay. Riot System. Has it been 16 months? Oh my god. Holy crap, I feel like I've been streaming since I was born or something.
Hello there.
How you doing, Riot Sister? Good to see you. Just said there is no God, and now I'm saying Keanu is Jesus. I'll answer that one the same way that religious scholars answer everything that doesn't make any fucking sense, okay? The mystery of the Trinity. Legitimately something that they attempted to explore in a really pedestrian way in The Matrix, to be fair. I'm sorry. If I have besmirched anyone's faith, I apologize. I have no respect for anything, if that makes it any better. Now I can actually... How much time do I have left? I've got 10 fucking minutes. Can I build anyone in 10 minutes? Let's find out. I can build one guy, at least. The rest of the assembly is going to go really, really quick now that that part's done. feeling a bit better. I am glad to hear that, Riot Sister. Glad to hear that that migraine has abated a bit. It's not terribly surprising that it came along today of all days. The atmospheric pressure has been wild where we live. I imagine it's similar where you are. The Tobin Lord has returned. Welcome back. Day 3? Oh god, that's grueling. Riot Sister, I command you to feel better. Helmet. Head. And you match up the arms by the style of armor that they have on them. And then you fling it. And then you fling it! Didn't I have a dagger for this guy? I thought I did. I guess if one guy doesn't have a dagger, that'll be fine. But I would have sworn I had one for him. Got a pot pie, apple juice, and a tortilla blanket. Damn, Riot Sister, that sounds just fine by me. Like a living quesadilla. Which I immediately, in my head, I'm not going to sing it, but immediately in my head, I started hearing Ricky Martin's Livin' La Vida Loca. But it was Livin' La Quesadilla. And for those of you who know the song, I want you to go ahead and get that stuck in your head now. Alright, so this arm goes with this, and I believe I have a loaded and an unloaded version of the same arm. I do, so let's see how this is going to fit on. Kind of in like a low ready position, not necessarily aiming. That should be fine. It didn't glue on exactly where I wanted it to. I think I'm going to break that and re-glue it. Walter's Workshop got it for you for your birthday. Oh, I feel self-conscious. Walter's Workshop does much better gifts than I do? Shit! Or any gifts at all? Oh, I'm a terrible person. I see how it is. Walter's Workshop's just trying to replace me. Oh, in every conceivable way, on every front, every part of my life. I can't let this happen. I'll let that set. Oh yeah, but I'm a profoundly petty and jealous person, Riot Sister. This is part of my whole persona. This one too, for whatever reason. This kind of relaxed out of the position that I wanted it in, so I'm just going to reset both of these. I wonder why that happened. Oh, that's too much glue. Pull some of that out of there. Oh, we're back to letting glue set. God damn, this is a riveting stream. I don't even know how I'm not a partner yet with this stream, with these streams where I hold pieces of plastic in place while glue sets. This is fucking exhilarating. Always talk about being a blanket burrito, so he turned me into an actual burrito. He is a bit of a wizard, that Walter. turning my mods into burritos. Who does he think he is? This would be the perfect place for a plug for Walter's Workshop, by the way. If you're not following him, you really should be. I know I say that a lot, but I mean it most of the time, and particularly now. A burrito god. There should be a god of burritos. I mean, you know, it's south of the border, so I think it would be more appropriate for there to be like a patron saint of burritos. In fact, there probably is a patron saint of burritos. Gotta love the way the Catholic Church just got around having multiple gods. Like, you got a pantheon? That's fine. We've got saints. It's the same thing. How do you like the Conquest models, Mata de Moreno? I shouldn't say things like that with an accent. That's always a bad idea. I like them quite well. I've built a number of them here on stream, and I've had my commentary about pretty much all of them. They definitely have little weaknesses here and there, but none that have turned me off of building them, which I think is a good sign. This still didn't set where I wanted to. They have their little idiosyncrasies, I would say, Mata. But, all in all, I think they're quality models for the price. And the thing that I would note the most is some of the early models that they did for the core box, which are like the Men-at-Arms and the Militia. Mostly the Men-at-Arms, because they're in the core box. I think those are the first minis they did. They have some little weaknesses. They have some... The molds lean into the mold lines in a few places that need some cleanup. But if you then look at the recent models they produced for the new faction, for the Raptorks, for the Wahadrun, their sculpting and molding process has obviously improved. I think that they have shown a desire to continue improving. So I'm very forgiving of those funny little idiosyncrasies based on the quality of the pieces overall, the variety of the pieces, the fact that they're in styrene plastic and in sprues, the fact that they have very affordable bundles, the fact that the rules are pretty good. Like, there's a lot to love. There's a whole lot to love. I'm glad that I said it right, by the way, and didn't just apply a completely inappropriate accent. We've already determined that I shouldn't do accents, I just do sometimes. Better than Arena Rex, that's for... Yeah, it's hard to do much worse than Arena Rex. A game that got a lot of hype, and then the models came out, and it was like, what the fuck is this? Had some weird flash in a couple of the character models, but not all... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the resin models will have a little bit of flashing, but I think a lot of it's made up for with the quality of the design, too. Yeah, White Wolf. It's both a positive and a negative, because it's like some sprues are better than others, but you have to look at it from another angle, which is they had never done sprues before when they did the first ones, and they're pretty good. Once they had some experience, the next sprues they did are way better, which shows that they are making things, they're seriously analyzing the weaknesses of their models, and they're asking the question, how do we do this better the next time? And I gotta tell you, you want that. You want that so fucking bad in your miniature companies. You want it so much. You might not realize how much you want it right now, but I promise you, you want it. There's nothing worse than a company that makes crap and then goes, good enough, and continues to make crap. Or just okay. A lot easier to assemble and rank up your Force-grown clones compared to your Braves. Really? Is that just because of kind of how dynamic and expansive the models are?
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
You watched Cruella? The one with what's her name? I can't remember the actress's name. She was very popular for a while. I guess she still is. She played, Gwen Stacy in the Amazing Spider-Man movies. Emma Stone, thank you. Why would anyone watch that movie? That just... I mean, I guess it has an audience out there. I just look at movies like Cruella and I'm like, why? Just fucking why is this happening? Actually, I take it back. I know why it's happening. It's happening because they made that movie Maleficent, and the content analysis and economic algorithms combined with their social media focus groups and committees determined that they could also make money by making Cruella. Even though nobody wants it, people will see it. Disappointing as that is. It was free because you couldn't hurt anymore. That's something. It's like... because if I was gonna hurt that badly, I was gonna do it to myself. Oprah calls that empowerment. Alright. I'm gonna glue this guy together, then we're gonna roll over into the storm report. That's the plan. That's the plan. Oh, you know me, Waffles. We're nothing but shame around here. Also, butt shame. Ooh, I'm disappointed in myself. We watched Double Dragon. No, well, hold on.
Here
now.
at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
Amateur Paint Hour, welcome in. Could we please get a shout out for Amateur Paint Hour? Another great paint streamer here on Twitch. Now, but before we go any further, let's not go comparing culturally meaningless, trite garbage like Cruella to culturally meaningless, trite garbage like Double Dragon, okay? Because I can use all the same adjectives, but one of these two things... Shit, how am I going to defend this? One of these two things has Robert Patrick in it. One of these two things is culturally valuable in that it represents the first wave of attempts to make video game movies in the 90s? Ah, shit. I got nothing. Because Double Dragon was at least fun. Yeah. Double Dragon was fun. Cruella was stupid and made of doo-doo. I don't know. Maybe it's a perfectly fine movie. I will never find out. I will never find out. And ultimately, I'm okay with that. That's what really matters.
When watching Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
So here's a good example of what I was talking about earlier, with some models are not designed to do this. The left arm that holds the crossbow impacts with the slightly bent crossbow tension arm and string here. So you have to do a little bit of finagling to get everything to fit just so. This is just something to be aware of when you're doing modifications to models like this. You can run into these problems. They can always be worked around, but just be aware of it so that you're not surprised. His hand will likely end up hovering slightly below the crossbow, as opposed to actually on it. Oh no, he can get on it. You can get on it. I'm going to put a little bit of plastic glue in here to join the two parts. I say plastic glue, I mean plastic cement. Is there a difference? Arguably. This is really the strength of gluing styrene figures, though, is that you can finagle the angles at which things connect a little bit without too much trouble. Also, I want to slide this arm back on his shoulders slightly. Give me some more room. And let the hand come up farther. Dry fit? Dry fit? What's that, Metalcore Collectibles? We only wet fit around here. Thunderhead Studio, the home of the original wet fit. Trademark. Also kitten mittens. I do not have a printed copy of the 3rd edition rulebook, Roland. I have the PDF so far. Oh god, we don't have an exclamation point moist, and I don't think we ever should. Dude, The Devil Wears Prada was like an actually good movie, though, Riot Sister. I refuse to accept that Cruella is comparable. I'll get that in just a second to Square. Thank you for that. This abomination is in the ass stage. Just gotta push through it. This abomination is in the ass stage. Just gotta push through it. You know what? I got all I got for you on that one.
Sexy battle mix, sexy streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things, and more.
What base size of the Conquest Infantry? I can't remember offhand. Let me check. Ow. Ow. I mean, I literally made these bases, and I can't remember how big I made them. But let's check real quick. We're looking at about a 27mm base, which should be within like 0.3mm of the original bases that actually come with it. But hey, there we go. Huh? Alright, let's put his head on, and then we will move on over to the Report of the Storm. Or here, I got one more for you, for your remark. This is the only other appropriate one, okay? That's not true, I got a third one. I got a third one. Just gotta push through it. You're right, I am genuinely missing that one. Like, I managed to get a few from that dude, but I still don't have You Make My Drink Taste Like Blood. And it's a shame.
Ah! Won't wake your mind until you're dead.
Like, the line that Achilles gives him before that is no better, because he's like, "You're making my beer curdle," and it's like, that's not really a great line, dude. And the fact that the dude comes back with, "I have decided to be a Dracula," is just so bizarre. And you make my drink taste like blood. Oh, Happy Heretic. No, that's actually what this one is about. I talk often about how when you're painting a model, you will often for a good while, like, it'll just look like shit. And you have to keep in your mind the vision of what you want it to look like and your end goal. And at a certain point, you cross over the threshold. And at that point, you can see how the model is going to look all at once. It's not done yet, but you can finally see the end product, that light at the end of the tunnel. Oh, hold on. Just glue this one last piece on, and then we're good to go. No? Like I said, Roland, you have nothing to lose waiting with Conquest. Because the game is... Here's the thing with mini games. Like, you don't have to get that FOMO about it, the fear of missing out. Because if a game is successful, it will be around... Like, you want to get involved in games that are going to be around for a while, are going to be popular, and people are going to be playing. Which means the longer you wait, arguably, the better off you're going to be. There will be more units available to you, there will be better sculpts available to you, there will be more options for starter forces available to you. Like, I think, Roland, if you just want to wait and see, like, give it time, man. You don't have to write it off. You don't have to buy in. I should note, if anybody is interested in getting into Conquest, I put up a command. You can hit !Conquest right there in chat, and it'll give you the super complicated discount code you can use to get 10% off your purchase. That code, it's Thunderhead. It's not complicated. I'm sorry, I lied. Darkheart, thank you so much for the reminder. That's fine. Dude, Roland, A Song of Ice and Fire is a fucking great miniature game. Where's our Robot Jock Pacific Rim Godzilla crossover? That's just Pacific Rim. That's what you're describing, Heretic, is just Pacific Rim.
Elbow rocket! Now!
So usually all these guys have daggers, but I think I lost the dagger that I cut out for this guy, which makes me feel a little bit dumb, because I'm definitely not going to have enough. But I guess if one of my Mercenary Crossbowmen doesn't have a dagger, isn't perfectly uniform, I'll probably survive. So all I need to do is finish gluing the rest of these guys together, but today we got done the lion's share of the work, stringing and loading these crossbows so that I can actually paint my damn Conquest forces. Holy crap. We did good work. We did good work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those are the next numbers after 4. 7. We did 7 crossbows today. I still have a couple extra, these little crossbow bolts. I'm gonna put these up on Thingiverse, by the way. Just as a free download. If you guys have a resin printer and you want to do what I've just done, I'm gonna have these crossbow bolts up on Thingiverse. You can download them, run them off on your resin printer. They'll be pre-supported. Let me put this stuff away. Sell your soul for this promo code. All it costs is your firstborn child. So I don't smack these with my elbow or something. Because I do love doing that. The Toho monsters are not in Pacific Rim. They damn near are. Knifehead is very, very close to a Toho monster. In fact, directly inspired by a Toho monster who literally just had a big fucking knife blade on its head. That happened. Dingo Waltz win. I'm looking to get into a mecha oil painting phase here, Metalcore. And I'm gonna probably be tossing down some paint simultaneously on Ion Raptor's Bane and Dingo Waltz at the same time. I admit that right now I kind of like how close to done are the shit, that was Gamera. Fuck, you're right, WJ. I'm sorry. That was a Gamera monster. Fuck. I feel dumb. I would have sworn that that was like a Jet Jaguar thing. But now that you say it, yeah, I remember Gamera fighting that one. Gamera, the rocket-powered flying turtle monster that is heroic? I was never that into Gamera, which is probably why I confuse it with Toho stuff a lot. Put this guy over here. Put this on there. Slide these guys out of the way. Don't lose those things. I think they're safe. Get off my table a little bit. I do love to make a good mess. Alright. Oh, put away my popsicle sticks. Why do I have so many popsicle sticks? I'm a grown man. Everybody in here is a fucking kaiju expert all of a sudden. God. Okay, don't knock over my Iron Star Alliance guys who are sitting over there waiting for me to finish painting them. Oh, the poor bastards. I'm only doing this because I don't want to lose any of these parts, and if I don't do it right now, I'll get up immediately after the storm report, and I will lose them, even if that makes me nearly 20 minutes late to start. Let's be honest, though. You knew this was going to happen when you came into this stream. You knew what you were getting into when you clicked watch now, so let's not pretend like you're innocent, okay? Let's just see what you've been posting on the storm report.
Alright, locusts and gentle mechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glor pate and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's storm report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
I just chucked that beer bottle into the trash can with the violence of a man who thought that the trash can was half full, and then remembered that I emptied it right before the stream. Oh, I've got another beer. I've got another beer. Okay, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Nobody panic. It's okay. Alright, let's get going. What have we got up first? From the POV 42, still work in progress. I have to do the snow flocking on the base. I'm really happy with how this vulture is coming out. I like the gray and the blue, and it looks like you're going for kind of like a winter-style camo on the... Now, this is something I've seen people do. And I complain... It didn't break Kursala, no, it hit the floor harder than I meant for it to. This is something I've seen people do with camo, and I know that every time somebody paints camo, I always say something to the effect of, like, I don't think camo was a good idea for painting miniatures, because I've got to put in my stupid fucking opinion, you know, no matter what it is. And, I believe that. I don't like camouflage on miniatures for the most part. I'm much more into bright colors, or at least solid colors with good contrast, and camouflage kind of defeats the purpose for me. But the combination of contrasting solid panels and camouflage, that's pretty cool. Because the shape of the mech is still sold to us by these sort of hit points here on the calves, on the elbows, on what I'm going to call the bicep, even though this is not humanoid, on this central strip along the vulture's front here in front of the cockpit. Like, I can still see all of the details because these panels have been picked out, but then we got a little bit of camo in there too to still make it look kind of tactical and military. I think this is a nice combination. That looks real nice. This is some good work, POV 42. The camouflage really comes out well. Nicely done. Still got to do some snow flocking on the base. I think that's going to look good. A little bit of white out here to kind of balance the whole thing. It's a canon scheme for Omega Galaxy Ghost Bear. POV, if you're using canon, like, clan paint schemes, I'm never going to know. I'm never going to know. I barely know what clan mechs are called. I've been playing Battletech for over 20 years, and you put basic clan mechs in front of me, and I'm like, that's a snow jaguar raven fox or something. I don't know. I don't know clan mechs for the most. I know vultures. I know mad cats. BOV, you're in good company, man. You should hear the shit that I obsess about the details of. If you felt like posting up a link over in the showcase to the rest of the color scheme just to compare for how well you realized it, I really like the look of it, though. Walter's Workshop chasing that storm all day, every day, except when he's not, which is admittedly a lot of the time. In other words, what I'm trying to say is Walter's Workshop he's a filthy liar, and you shouldn't follow him unless... Oh, we've already done a shout-out. Oh. I see. In that case, go give Walter's Workshop a follow. What do you have to lose, really, at the end of the day? Walter, welcome in, man. Good to see you. Let's keep going. Thank you so much for that sub, by the way. Holy crap. Followed by my favorite streamers. Truly, I've arrived. The Corgi is cheating. The Corgi is cheating. Hey, Rangonius. How you doing, man? Good to see you. Here we have from Chaotic Harmony, glorbing down some quick and easy store terrain. Oh. That's pretty nice work there. Looks like you did a little bit of dry brushing. Yeah. This looks like this is probably carved out of, like, florist's foam, I'm guessing, by what I can see over here. Probably with, like, a PVA glue coating. We've got the classic... You can do this barbed wire really, really easily with a hand drill, by the way. You take a piece of wire and get a really, really long piece of wire, fold it in half, put the two loose ends into a hand drill, stab a little spindle through the loop, and then just run the hand drill. And it spins it right up. And then you can kind of coil that around like a wooden rod or something, and you'll wind up with the coiled wire that is then coiled into a larger coil. How many more times do I have to say the word coil before it sounds weird? And then you've got this nice concertina wire that you can kind of glue wherever you want. I like the tank traps too. XPS foam and used a sponge. Nicely done, Chaotic Harmony. Simple, effective, looks like it's pretty easy to use. Spool. There you go, Riot says you can spool. Coil of constipation wire. No. Never. No, not that, for the love of God. It's 100% cheating to use a corgi, but she is the star. You'll always be my star, Walter. My North Star. That I ignore just all the time, because I'm not a very wise man. Nice work on the store terrain, though, Chaotic Harmony. If you're looking for some critique on this, a couple other colors. Something you could do is you could kind of put some browns down in the lower areas in here, and you could also probably get away with slapping a couple of tufts or some static grass down in there. And not necessarily if you're looking for, like, if this is meant to be broken concrete in, like, a city. In that case, what I might do is just add some finer grit, like slop a little bit of texture paste down in there and then give that some browns. But just mix in one or two other colors to drive up the interest, because, like, even these pieces are gray. They're you know, metallic, but they're gray. So this is all very monochrome. You can also get away with painting the concertina wire, put some primer down on it, dry brush it silver. It'll really help the extra wrapped wire pop out. And then what you do is take that sponge and take some rust brown and just kind of dab it on in a few spots, and you get that kind of rusty, nasty wire. Yeah, exactly, Shadow Minx Hobbies. Think like rust, think mud, think blood, think standing water, think like mildew, that sort of thing. Those are all good things to mix into a piece of terrain like this. Bishop of Blood, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend, and welcome to the Storm Chasers. We're just going through the Storm Report right now, getting close to the end of the stream. Here we have from Lore Friendly, Tech Priest, my legs feel funny. When a lot is missing a pair of legs, get your clippers and X-Acto and get to work. Wait, hold up. Look at a larger version of this picture. Did you carve his legs out of sprue? It actually kind of works. Considering the fact that... See, I like this because it's a part of the Skitarii lore that... And I don't remember exactly how they phrase it now. It's been a long time since I've read it. But they very specifically, like one of the first parts of their meat that they replace is their legs from the knees down. Like their feet are the feet of the Omnissiah or something like that. I can't remember what the in-lore reason, the justification for it is. But very specifically, they all have fully mechanical legs. So spindly little sprue legs can certainly get the job done. Nice fix on that one, lore friendly. Should just left the legs off and promoted him to lieutenant. Oh, that's a Forrest Gump joke. We're old, Heifer. There's probably people who wouldn't get that at this point. Here we have from Jungle Plague. Oh, shit. Trying to venture out a little bit more and do more complicated and colorful schemes. Definitely need some help on what to do for a base. Jungle Plague, I like your work, man. First of all, I love seeing models that I've made being painted. So this is just, you know, my little ego trip here. Vergataron, good to see you. To remember the first Mars colonists whose legs got removed by the radioactive desert. See, I knew there was a thing. I knew there was some reason. And yeah, the light in the cockpit glass up here, Stila, is fucking... This is, like... All painters have strengths. Certain things that they do well. Sometimes it can be hard to define. Jungle Plague has an eye for glow effects in OSL. Jungle Plague absolutely has an eye for it. He's done it well every single time. The blue light catching right here, and a little bit along the edge of the it just sells that this is a light source. So well. Rich, this miniature is one that I made. This is available on Thingiverse. There are, I believe, 4 poses available, and of those 4 poses, each one is available in, I think, 4 to 5 different variants. I just realized I should have a command in chat where you can get a link to my Thingiverse. But Rich, if you go to Thingiverse and you look up Thunderhead, if you find my profile, you will find this mini and several others available. This is the classic Unseen Griffin from Battletech, also known as the Sultic Roundfacer from Bang of the Sun Dugram. And I love this. I love this mini. I really do. Really, really nice job on the tiger striping, by the way, Jungle Plague. Like, I know you weren't entirely happy with this. The only critique that I would even want to give, if you were looking for some, is I find that the tiger stripes usually end in tapered points. Like, that's the only thing you could do to maybe drive the animal print home a little bit more, is bring them out to tapered points and leave fewer rounded points. Color scheme is nice. A little bit of decal work, or handwork, I can't tell. The fact that I can't tell if this is a decal or handwork, I think bodes well. Good use of sponged on battle damage, weathering, and rust. Love these little splashes of color up here, and as always, you've done a fantastic job with the cockpit glow. Really, really nice work. Yeah, it's really good. It's really fucking good. Thank you for that shout out, by the way, for Stila Rebel, Riot Sister. All handwork. Yeah, Jungle Plague is old-fashioned that way. Thank you for that, Shadow Makes Hobbies. I just realized I should have a way for you to link over to my Thingiverse, because I have a lot of files on there available for free, and I try to add more periodically. I've got, 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 4 battle mechs of this style available over there. I have the Sultic Roundfacer. I have the Blockhead, which is also the Battletech Wolverine. I have the Dugram, which is the Shadow Hawk from Battletech. And then I have the Bushman from Dugram, which is the only medium-sized battle mech other than the Nikolaev that we won't discuss, which did not make the transition over to Battletech. It is Dugram only. But I included a sheet, so if you want to use it for Battletech, there are stats for it. Jungle Plague, like seriously, dude, I know I keep clicking on this, but I'm just like... I love this. I love this so much. Shut your mouth. Metalcore Collect White. How do I can't. On this overlay, I don't have the button where I can make Mace Windu tell you to shut up. But stop it. Stop. No, we're not. We're not talking about the Nikolaev. Yeah, I'll do some copy pasting tonight so I can actually use my clips on more overlays. Seriously, Jungle Plague, that's really good work. Here we have from Hethrir, and this is pretty damned impressive, too, his Spire's Pharaohmancer for Conquest Last Argument of Kings. I love this mini. I love this mini. First of all, I love the fucking sculpt and the concept. The Pharaohmancer is so cool looking. It has so much imagination behind it. It is so well designed. I think that from concept to execution, this is one of the coolest minis they've done. On top of that, Hethrir has done, and this is something that I really admire, that I really, really admire about Hethrir's paint jobs. He doesn't overcomplicate things. This is not a complex paint job. This is an effective paint job, and I have so much respect for that. The red shadows on the bone coming down here along this. I love how the face mask is sort of like... Is the face cam out of focus? I can't tell. Oh my god, it is. That's terrible. Hang on. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Let's fix it. Hey! There we go. Keep it simple, stupid. Oh, that's helpful but hurtful. So, the, what was I saying? Almost looked like it has a face hugger on him. Yeah, and it's because it has that... I think you said in your stream the other day, Walter's Workshop, you were showing some of the art, and it has... He has a very World War I inspired design to his face. Like, I think that the Plague Doctor, the, like, what's it called? The you know, Black Plague Doctor, the long, beaky sort of mask that they used to stuff with good-smelling herbs to fight the miasma, the early gas mask. I think that, while cool, is, at this point, we can all agree, fucking overused. It's everywhere. Every other mini is trying to look like a fucking Plague Doctor, and every other steampunk fan is dressing up like a Plague Doctor, particularly once the pandemic started. It's overused, and they could have, like, in this particular case, they could have gone for that look, and it still would have worked, but they went for something that is not overused while still being arguably similar, which is, yes, that German Kaiser-style helmet with the spike on top, and then, yeah, the World War I style gas mask with the long tube that hangs off the face and goes to, like, sort of a waist-mounted unit. And then they Geiger it up a little bit, and they make the tube into, like, this spinal column looking thing. It's just such a cool looking mini. And this is such an effective paint job, Hethrir. I'll stop gushing, I'm sorry, but I love what you've done here. I love the red here. I love the red on this, what I assume is like a pheromonal sensor, because the Pharaohmancer uses pheromones to sort of guide and move the Spire's clones around the battlefield. And then the little fringe of purple along the green just to kind of help it pop. This is a really well done mini. I'm looking forward to chopping his goddamn head off with a bunch of dirty, spitting, crotch-scratching humans. This is the Pharaohmancer that I will be going up against late next month. Late June is the plan. 600-point forces, and I don't know if I might not have told you this, Hethrir. The person who loses has to have their models smashed with hammers by the person who wins. The person who wins gets to smash steal the person's models. So, I'm very much looking forward to that. Woo!
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
Yes, indeed. Here we have from Zombie Brush Studio in this episode of Blame Thunderhead. That could be a literal show. Because I needed magnets for his amazing bases, I decided why not magnetize the weapons because I'm a glutton for punishment. Jesus, that is insane. Really? You did that? Well, I mean, okay. Really enjoying these, thinking of painting them like Kotal Khan from Mortal Kombat or the orcs from Warcraft. I voted, by the way, for Kotal Khan in that particular one. I'm glad to see these bases getting some use. I'm going to do up a few sets of them in different colors and with different amounts of like flocking and snow and stuff, because I'm fairly convinced that these Fields of the Fallen bases can look like a number of things. It's wonderful to see some Wahadrun going down on them. Yeah, I can see what you mean about the difficulty with basing them, though. They are very dynamic. They tend to spread their arms wide, and the real estate, since they're using square bases that then have to regiment up, the real estate can become pretty tight pretty fast. I'm really, really glad to see that you're enjoying using these bases. Zombie Brush, I can't wait to see how you paint them. These, by the way, are now for sale. I need to do a post on my Instagram, Facebook, and stuff like that. I did one on the Discord. These files are now for sale on Steel Warrior Studios. If you hit exclamation... Well, actually, the timer actually just put up a link there. But if you head over to Steel Warrior Studios, you can find the STLs for these bases. They're the ones that I'm using as well. They're completely magnet compatible, so that your units will magnetize to their trays, and then the trays will magnetize together into regiments. They have a very general texture on them, so that you can use them for almost any faction that you want. Go take a look at them. We'll be showing some more of them off in the coming months as we all get them painted. It's so easy to make things and so hard to paint them up. My God, he really did. Like, this is the same guy. And he magnetized the weapons. It's different arms. Oh my God, Zombie Brush Studios has lost his mind. I love magnets, but oh my God. Really nice work, though, I gotta say, man. I'm glad those prints worked out for you. Steel Warrior's my favorite shop on the Citadel. Did I miss something? Oh, I guess I didn't. Okay. I just had a moment. I just had a moment. Magnets. How do they work? Remember when we thought that was the dumbest thing to come out of anybody's mouth? And then, like, time kept passing? And that actually seems fairly quaint now? Yeah, I remember that. Here we have from Mafik. Today I finally got my model kit of the Samoa S35 WWT version World War Tunes. Oh, I see. It has 2 water decal emblems and 2 different commanders' hatches, the German and the French, so I picked the French version, and done. World War Tunes. I'm not at all familiar with this model line. Not even a little bit, but it's adorable, I've got to say. A piece of energy. Just one little piece of energy. I have to say, that's an odd way to measure energy. I don't think that pieces are a usual unit of measurement that one uses for energy. I'm no expert. I'm not like a scientist. But, like, yeah. A small part of the larger spirit bomb of life. Okay, I can get on board with that. So, like, each and every one of us would sort of be a piece of this energy, and together we are as one. A piece of energy. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. We're towards the end of our stream here, but we're not quite there. We're just going over a little bit of an audience share segment that we do at the end of every stream called the Storm Report. A piece of energy. Am I following you? I don't believe that I am completely familiar with you. Let me go check out this channel right here real quick. Let's see what we got going on. What do you do? What do you do over there, a piece of energy? Painting some Warhammer. Painting some Warhammer from the looks of it? Okay, alright. We're painting some of the Golden Boys over here. Painting some Middle Earth, even? My God, how am I not following this person? Let's go ahead and rectify that right quick. Bing, bang, boom. Thank you so much again for the raid. I'm going to have to check out your next stream. Zula Mandy, how you doing? And thank you for the follow, too. A piece of energy and Zula Mandy, thank you both. Thank you both for the follow. Welcome back. I haven't seen... Yeah, how you doing, Zula Mandy? I haven't seen you in a while. It's funny how when we all have access to Twitch and we're all streaming, we can still manage to not jump into each other's streams a lot of the time. I mean, like, I'm the same way. Like, I popped into Zula Mandy's stream, was it last month? And I was like, how the fuck have I not been in here in, like, a while? I don't know. You know what it is? When you stream, it can be hard to find time to then watch other people's streams because you're focused on doing all your own shit. It's frustrating. Why is life like this? Why is it so hard to keep up with friends? Why is it so hard to find time for all the bullshit that we want to do and the bullshitting that we want to do. Well, I'm glad that we have found at least a moment of it, Zulamandy. Welcome back in. Why are days only 24 hours long? Let's cut every hour in half, say 48 hours is a day, and then we have more time. This makes perfect sense. So much, possibly too much. How you doing, Chewy? It's good to see you. But yeah, welcome in, Raiders. And again, thank you so much for the raid, man. It is excellent to see you again, Zulamandy. Let's keep going. Look at that little cartoon tank. Look at it. It's adorable. It's got a little heart on it. Makes me exhausted just thinking about it. Oh, right? God. On the other hand, would you do that thing where you set an alarm, you know, and you wake up before your alarm goes off, and you're like, do I go back to sleep? I only have a half hour left, and you'd hate that feeling. You'd be more like, do I go back to sleep? I have an hour left to sleep. I mean, yes, admittedly an hour is now 30 minutes, but, you know, it's all about how you frame it, Riot Sister. That's an adorable little tank, Mafik, and thank you for sharing. It's your first time using Oh, those are water slide decals. I thought maybe they were just stickers. They went on very smoothly, I must say. Nicely done, Mafik. Here we have from Squared, excuse me. Got my Tyrant and Oryx kits in from Metalcore Collectibles. Have to get off my butt and get bases printed for them. Also got a setup Sunday pick, and I'm excited to see it. By the way, guys, you can always hit !Metalcore to get a link over to Metalcore Collectibles, where some of these truly fantastic resin 6mm sci-fi minis are on sale. These are amazing kits, and if you don't believe me, go check out some of the pictures on the site. They're so customizable and so posable. They are arguably too posable. This is the complaint that I throw at Metalcore, and it's one of those stupid complaints where it's like, you're saying something nice, you idiot. Like, I have too many options. I can do too many things with these minis. Give me fewer options, Metalcore. He won't, though. He won't, because he's a goddamn tyrant, just like his mech. Hey, that's a nice little nook. Got like a granite top on there for the look of things. A little bit of backsplash. You know, that's the start of a solid hobby space right there. Now cover these walls in racks. The only things that are not optional are the options. Zulamandy, I love my lurkers. This is looking pretty great. This is looking pretty solid, Squared. What you gonna wind up putting in here? Get yourself a little paint mixer, you know, get yourself a little airbrushing booth, put up an airbrush, get a photo tent right here, put some racks on the walls, get some extra drawers, and pretty soon you won't even be able to move. Just like me. Oh god, I've got to clean up my desk. Let's keep going. Oh, Sphere has been hard at work. Finished up my Tempered Sorcerer from the charity giveaway. 1 down, 2 to go. This is this is so good. This is so good. This is so damned effective. The colors are so vibrant. The contrast works so well. I love how the outer parts of the beard are done like they're soot or coal or something like that, just to help with the contrast from the yellow to the orange for the molten parts. I love the work that we've done on the metals down here, the way we've got the it's a very effective directed volumetric lighting from one side. Good looking work that you did on this hero base, by the way. Love the rocks. All in all, Sphere. This is delightful. This is delightful. This is the kind of paint job that, because, you know, a painted miniature is ultimately a collaborative effort between a number of people. The sculptor does their work, and then the painter and builder does their work, and only together does a mini truly look great. These two people have to work together. You have to give the painter something to work with, and then as the painter, you have to bring those details out. Sphere, this is a fantastic example of you doing the sculptor a favor by really bringing the details out, selling the shape of the face in particular, great shading around the eyes, and oh my god. Sphere, you're a fantastic painter, and thank you so much for sharing this. My favorite version of this mini I've seen painted, yeah, I have to agree. This is the best looking one I've seen. Lovely work. This is again from Conquest, The Last Argument of Kings. If you guys haven't checked it out yet, we've been talking about it just a little bit lately. Just a little bit. What if the sculptor and the painter are the same person? Then what? Well, then, Kursala, they rarely paint their own work. But you should know that by now. Actually, you do more of it than I do. It's really just a me problem, I think. Ooh, is this a 3D printed base sphere? And did you leave like a little socket so you could put a die on it? Is that what happened here? Because that's what it looks like, and that's clever. Love seeing y'all paint these cool glowing effects. Yeah, there's some really, really good glow effect painters out here. I think that the skin tone really deserves the honorable mention here. The gradients are smooth, the blends are fucking excellent, the color choices are wonderful. It really gives you this feeling of not just skin, but it's he looks, you know, like a little forge burnt. He looks like somebody who works around fire. Got a real ruddy complexion to him. Nicely done. And I love the work on the leather too. Sphere, fucking fantastic work. And thank you for sharing. Here we have from Chaotic Harmony. I took some better picks, and I am glad to see... Yeah, these are better picks, as a matter of fact. You can tell already, because while you can still see the shadows... First of all, you got shadows going in two directions, which means you've got two lights. Excellent job, because now I can see details from both directions, and none of it's being lost in shadow. Secondly, you can tell that the shadows that we do see are extremely softened, meaning that your diffusion is on point. Shouldn't be focusing on the shadows, I should be focusing on the mini. Every little part of it, and yeah, you can really see each and every component much better. Also, your freehand comes through a lot clearer. It's worth... There are 4 lights. It is worth... Guys, I'm telling you, it's worth taking the time, no matter how annoying it may be, and putting the effort into setting yourself up to take good pictures of your minis. You can take a wonderfully painted mini and take a shitty picture and no one will ever know that it was wonderfully painted. It's frustrating, I know. It's a whole extra series of things that you have to learn. The good news is that I promise you, if you've got a smartphone, your phone probably has a better camera in it than an expert, like professional level camera you would have bought 10 years ago. I promise you, you can take amazing photos with your phone with just a few little tricks, and it excites me to see Chaotic Harmony making that journey. Taking those steps, because his paint jobs are phenomenal, and we deserve to see them in their full glory. Yeah, no, this is fantastic, Toby and Lord. And this, for those of you who don't know, this is meant to be a proxy for a broadside battlesuit for Warhammer 40k. It has all the weapons that you would find on a broadside, but it is in a Tau Farsight Enclave weapon team, dreamt up and kit bashed by our very own Chaotic Harmony, and just such a cool idea. Just such a cool idea. The greater good in me is losing it. Seriously looking into a second Heavy Gear Blitz army. I want to tell you something, Roland. I went through the list of all the models for Heavy Gear Blitz, and I like the look of all of them, and then I got to, oh god, what's the faction? The ones who's, not the Earth faction. I actually like the look of their frames, and their grells, their enhanced soldiers. What's the faction whose mechs have the claws on the feet of the mechs, of the gears? They're from another planet in the same system as Terra Nova. They're not from Earth. Utopia. Yeah. I just want to say something. Their models fucking suck. I'm sorry to be so blatantly negative about it, but I was just struck because so many of the models are if not great, at least pretty cool, and some of them are really good, and then you get to Utopia and it's what the fuck am I looking at? These are terrible. Are they old? Holy shit, did a model line ever need revamping. I was sad because I read the lore for Utopia and I was like, these guys sound kind of cool. I like the idea of the other worlds from nearby kind of going to Terra Nova to wage war, and then I got to the pictures and I was like, oh shit, never mind. Get the fuck out of here. Also, Setup Sunday picture. I am frantically assembling my AdMech force so I can use it this coming week in a game. New codex is exciting and stuff. We got these Onager Dune Crawlers coming together. We got some Skitari. We got some Castellans being built. I am loving that we now have an expanded hobby space semi-permanently at Chaotic Harmony's place. One day at a time, we draw him deeper into our world of madness. A different star system? Okay. Yeah, I know, because it's explaining the current war for Terra Nova. The CEF is re-invading because the Earth government collapsed, and then the CEF reformed. And so they're re-invading. They're conquistadors. They're engaged in Reconquista. And then nearby worlds, I guess nearby star systems, are also kind of contributing, because the CEF is like, why should we do all the fighting when we can hire these assholes to also kick the crap out of the Terra Novans? I like the look of the CEF forces, though. They seem kind of cool. That's a whole lot of work, Chaotic. And I am glad to... You know what, Chaotic? You know what I like? You know what I like more than anything else? I like how fucking excited you are about working on your new Warhammer 40k stuff. That's what I like. I like how into it you are, how excited you are every time you have something to share. That right there. That's the magic of this hobby. When your imagination is just going wild. When every new model is exciting. That's usually how I am. I phase out of it sometimes. I get into a little bit of a funk. And you always find yourself looking for a way to get back into it. And for me, honestly, helping other people find that joy, it fires me back up. It fills my tank. It keeps me going. So Chaotic, thank you so much for sharing your enthusiasm with us today. And your amazing work, for that matter. Here we have from Ion Raptor, finished up the salvage and legit... and Let me take a drink and try that again. Yes. Finished up the Salvage and Logistics Transport Truck, or SALT, including a salvage HPG, vehicle hauler, cargo, towed Arrow 4, and towed artillery. Yeah. I'm glad that you figured this one out, because I remember this one was frustrating you a little bit, Ion Raptor. I like the towed artillery in particular. This one's pretty excellent. There's the towed arrow. The towed weapons platforms are really some of the coolest. I like how versatile this is. Damn. This is a really great project, Ion Raptor. I admit, when I first saw you working on the cab for this one, when you didn't have a name for it, I remember thinking, like, this is not the most exciting project. But clearly, you saw more in it than I did, because now that I'm seeing the various trailers that you've made for it and all the different roles that it can fill, like, I get it now. Now I can see it. Really, really nice work, Ion Raptor. Guys, if you're not following Ion Raptor design, why not? This dude does this 3D design work on Twitch live. You can watch him working in really accessible software. So if you're curious about doing your own 3D design for 3D printing, I can't think of a better stream for you to be in than Ion Raptor. I do a lot of design myself. I release a lot of files, but you know what I don't do? I don't show you how I do it. Ion Raptor does. Go give that guy a follow and check out his next stream. It's a fantastic stream. Here we have from Cybran Knight, aka Magnatorious Maximus. Also, of course, Metalcore Collectibles pending test prints. Done with the quad LB5X mounts for the fuselage. DACA Intensify. Oh my god. Yeah, I'll say. Gee, the thing looks incredibly intimidating with those big bad boys on it. Yeah, it's incredibly practical, WJ. I agree. That's some serious fucking kaboom boom you got going on there, Cypher. Oh, how many variants do you have planned for this one? And as if, you know, I just got done telling you guys, go check out Metalcore Collectibles, but I mean, like, he's constantly working on new projects. Absolutely full of ideas. All of his stuff is super high quality. You get something like this, you're gonna get this amazing base piece, and then you have options for all the different weapons and modules that you want to put on it. Metalcore is one of my favorite designers for 6mm sci-fi. 6 variants with half of them done now. Nice. Here we are. Ooh, from Carla. Before and after last night, still more to catch up to on the piles of opportunity, which is a much better way to look at it than the phrase we usually do. Before the pile of opportunity, after 9-hour marathon. Look at that. Look at all this plastic that went from flat sprues to fully realized models. Not quite painted yet. That's always the part where I stumble too. But you know what? Even if they're assembled, that's a huge step in the right direction. 9 hours of solid cutting, gluing, scraping, cursing, spitting, all the good stuff. Carla, fantastic work. Got Gaslands refueled back here, too. I still haven't played Gaslands. I know that I should. I've got old Matchbox cars and I've got a 3D printer, and yet somehow the one game that speaks to both of those things, I have not played. 4 Red Bulls. Only 4? I would think more. Oh, please do. Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to see some of your I love conversions and custom home stuff. I'd love to see some of your Gasland stuff. Imperial Knights. Wait, is this one of the... Oh, this is a Chaos one. This is the Knight Desecrator. I was looking at it thinking, like, it looks like its legs are reverse jointed, and I didn't realize this is one of the new Chaos Knight kits. For that matter, that's a Chaos Rhino kit. Okay. I just looked and I assumed Loyalist, and now that I look closer, I'm seeing, like, oh, there's, like, Plague Poxwalkers and shit in here. Never mind. Okay, I withdraw all of my praise. Because Shadow Minx is a filthy fucking heretic, and we don't condone these sorts of things around here. It's Ultramarines or nothing. I can't even say that with a straight face. Wonderful work. Here we have from SB Firestarter. So I tried some more stuff on this guy. Added some copper to the tentacle tips. Tried some multicolor on the staff orb by using multiple colors of Turbo Dork. I think it went okay. Thinking if I do it again, I'll get more colors, or just do regular colors. And yes, I still need some cardstock. I think that's a good move. If you don't do alternate colors on the ends of the tendrils, you just wind up with the tendrils all fading into one big homogeneous mass of color. And this is something that you'll just learn as you paint more models, Firestarter. Sometimes painting models comes down to just looking at it and going, there needs to be more color over here, or this doesn't look distinct enough. So you just pick a point and you put some color on it. And I think this is a great example of that, because even this little bit of color on the tips of the tendrils, it helps to kind of balance the color of the figure out. I like the little bit of work we've done on the cube here. Yeah, I can kind of see what you're going with on the orb. I didn't realize he had other little cubes in his mantle until you put some different colored paint on them. Really nice work. Mini Kai, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. How are you doing today? Like, kind of washed it out on the orb. Firestarter. Last week, I charged. Was it last week? Less than a week ago, I charged Chaotic Harmony with the task of taking better photos of his models because his work deserved it. I do the same to you. This is your challenge. This is your task. You're going to put some effort this week into taking better photos of your models, and you're going to do it because your work deserves it. And if you need advice, we're absolutely here to provide it. You said you still need cards. I mean, fair enough. We're going to get you there, though. Kicking and screaming if that's how it has to be, Firestarter. Gonna post some of your whips in the Discord. Please do, Mini Kai. So if you're interested, Mini Kai, we do this bit, the Storm Report, at the end of every stream where we do kind of like a review. You can feel free to post in the Works in Progress channel or in the Showcase channel if you've got some finished stuff you want to show off. If you want to post in the Storm Report, after the stream, this channel is going to be cleared and restarted empty. So if you want to share, you can go ahead and post immediately after that, and it will be in the next stream, which is going to be this upcoming Tuesday. Did the stream die for anyone else? God, I hope not. That would be most disconcerting, White Wolf. Okay, maybe White Wolf just. I mean, I'm sorry to hear that. Can't hear me now as I say that I'm sorry to hear that, but you know, it still makes me sad. So let's keep going and see what we've got next. It looks like it is from White Wolf. I'm gonna feel bad if I'm talking about White Wolf stuff and they're not here to see it. Okay, well, they're back. My entry for Greg the Salt Miner's monthly challenge with a limited palette in oils. Definitely pushing that envelope. My first go at it all involved burnt sienna, cadmium lemon hue, cadmium red deep hue, French ultramarine. By the way, can we talk about French ultramarine for a fucking second? Can we talk about blues? Can we talk about French ultramarine? Can we talk about Prussian blue? Because these two colors are fucking bullies. I've noticed this every time I've used them in my oil paint palette. It's like other colors I have to work really hard to get them to come through. I have to consider what it is I'm mixing them with and what I'm putting them down on. And French Ultramarine and fucking Prussian Blue, they kick down the door, they beat the crap out of all my other colors, they rifle through their pockets for loose change, steal their lunch money, and they just leave everything behind them pure blue. It's so frustrating. Watch out. Watch out for the blues, is what I'm saying. Raven Cats! Good to see you. How are things? It's been a little while. Sacrificial Termagant, go. There was a lot learnt, namely, being a lot more careful about brush loading was one of the biggest. Yes, I've been learning that too. You have to be much more aware of loading your brush with oil paints, and you also have to be much more aware of the consistency of your oil paints, because the consistency of the paint that you put down, how dried it is, and the consistency of the paint that is on your brush will have a huge impact on the end product of what you're doing. It's just practice, I think. It's just practice. I'm doing it too right now, White Wolf. Yeah, really aggressive colors, but you can do aggressive colors in oils. Busy at work grading exams. Well, I'm glad that you've got a little time to enjoy some hobby stuff in the meantime. Oh, excellent. I'll check it out, Mini Kai. Another was just how in the bloody blazes to use a freaking flat palette. Yeah, there were a number of confused fox noises at first, to say the least, especially, wait, that's not what oh, okay, yeah, let's do this instead. I know that feeling as well. Apparently, despite all my noises, I was enjoying myself, because in what I thought was 20 minutes, 2.5 hours had gone by. Oh, it's a good feeling, isn't it? Note that time frame did include pre-glazing 5 minis, so probably only an hour and a half of work went into this particular mini. In short, I'm not gonna lie, I am enjoying the oils, although several of my preconceptions were totally off base, while others were closer to the mark. This all sounds very similar to what I've been discovering myself. They're fun. They take practice. They definitely take practice, particularly to not, what is it, how Matt Yee says it? It's hard to not make mud. It's easy to overblend oils, particularly if you're putting down the wrong amount and the wrong thickness. It's very easy to overblend, and he refers to overblending as making mud, because that's what it looks like every time you do it. You're like, let me blend that real quick, and before you know it, everything's the same color of brownish gray, and nothing is particularly vivid and there's no contrast. I'm still learning how to not do that. A little bit at a time. But I want to start moving my oil painting away from organics and more into hard surface stuff here, because I really am having more fun doing it than I thought I would. I have to say, though, the blends are nice, the colors are rich and vibrant. It's just going to take practice for all of us, White Wolf. You and me both. Tossed the lance up on the report a few weeks back, just haven't been able to catch me. That's okay, I'm pretty slippery like that. Started playing with oils, feel like they desaturate as they dry. So it's gonna depend a lot on which oil, like which pigments you're using, Raven Cat. They definitely change a little bit as they dry, and that's something you have to take into account as you're doing the painting. Oil painting is fairly easy. I think it would be easier for someone starting with oil painting not having done acrylic painting before, because particularly there's just a lot of acrylic painting stuff that you kind of have to unteach yourself. And that's where I'm struggling at the moment. Like, I'll still take my brush and just unconsciously go to swish it in my white spirits, and I have to be like, no, don't do that. Oh, for the love of God, don't do that. It's a habit, it's muscle memory. Coming down here from Soulsworn IR Painter. I paint a thing. It looks like we're painting some Basque. Ooh, I like the greenish yellow you've got on the undersuit here. I like the shading you have on the white straps. Let me just go ahead and run my mouse cursor over Basque's crotch a few more times here, because that's not uncomfortable at all. Really nice tone that you've got on the lizard scaly skin. Basque was very yellow. He was very yellow for being a big green lizard man. I think you've actually nailed that pretty well. Love the work on the eyes, that sort of livid red with the yellow center, and then you still manage to get the iris in a recognizable way. That's tricky. It's not a big mini. You must unlearn what you have learned. Soulsworn, taking pictures of minis is as hard as painting them in the first place. It really, really is. If you need tips, you can always ask on the Discord. I think that in the last year...
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is
Please don't show me your genitals. Don't do it.
Have fun, be safe, and above all,
Don't show them to me. Don't do it. For the love of God. Please. Please don't show me your genitals. Okay, so anyway, took 3 tries to do the eyes. There's nothing wrong with that, Soulsworn. This is the trick. This is the ultimate trick. The grand painter's secret behind doing really, really fine work like that, and for that matter, behind doing freehand, is just keep fucking with it till it looks right. You can just keep painting and painting and painting and painting. And if your paint isn't insanely thick, you have any idea how many layers of it you have to put down to make a physical difference in the surface of the model? It's crazy. So just keep fucking with it till it looks right. And it looks like you did because the eyes look fantastic. All in all, really good color choices. It looks very much like the original boss costume did in the movie. And by original boss costume, I mean that costume that they totally swiped from an episode of Doctor Who, which you can look up, by the way. Bosk's costume was a spaceman costume from Doctor Who that they just sort of put on a lizard man. It's funny how that works out. It is, yeah. No, you can go look that up, Toby and Lord. It's one of the most famous reused props. Nicely done, though. I like the look of it, Soulsworn. Work on taking better pictures, but like I said, in the last year is probably the first time that I've started taking pictures that I feel represent how decent my minis look in real life. Like, if you've seen the pictures that I post of my minis to Instagram and such, this is the first time in my life I've been taking pictures that I feel like, yeah, that looks pretty good. And it took me a while to get there. Since I only have 1 sub left, a composite of the second Termagant, where I added in cadmium orange as well as Payne's gray. Blending is still something I need to work on, but it's definitely an interesting medium. Still debating about whether or not I'll wind up trying out all oils on my 100 Kingdoms Path of Conquest. Yep, I said screw it. I'm going to give it a whirl with my 100 Kingdoms. Fuck yeah. But the main goal is to try out oils on the next 3 Termagants and then switch over to a wet palette to see what my thoughts are on them in actual use. I like wet palettes. I think you will too. They take a little bit of practice, but once you get used to them, you're not going to want to go back. Oh, Thunder Mom, thanks so much for being here. Glad to know that you have been lurking, enjoying the stream. It's always nice to have you here. I hope you have a fantastic night, and thank you again for stopping me. And just generally, let me just tell you one thing before you go. Thanks for being you. You're pretty fucking cool. How do we segue from that comment into literally everything? Like anything at all? It's such a hard stop of a comment, isn't it? There's no easy... Alright, let's have a look here. And not, sitting on your desk waiting for you to find room. Then the 2 freaking fucking... You got a lot of stuff on your desk. You got a lot of stuff on your desk, White Wolf. I feel your pain. Yeah, the cadmium orange definitely brightens it up. I feel like the Payne's gray on the high points of the musk, because it's getting the contrast. It's both doing the blending and getting the contrast. You have to get used to doing things like putting a tiny little dab of highlight, like right here, and then blending it, but no further than this little muscle. And if you go too much further, if you get down here into the crevice, then you're making mud again. Same here, like you gotta get the dark colors in here, you gotta get your highlight like right here on the tip, and then blend it down into the shell without getting too far, because then you're just making mud. And we don't want to make mud. All in all, though, it looks like you had fun with it, and it was some good practice, and I look forward to seeing where that takes you. And now, finally, I might have taken a good picture. I tried to paint up a Retributor Space Marine. It's not entirely correct to the animation version. I feel like this is more visually appealing and, more importantly, simpler. That's a pretty good picture for you. You can actually see most of the colors and details. Me tell joke, me streamer. Oh, that's looking pretty nice. Are the Retributors, they're the ones who were in the Astartes animation, I feel like? Are those the ones? Will it surprise anyone to find out that I haven't actually watched that? Like, I probably should have, but I haven't, like, any of it at all. I don't know. The things that I watch seem to be almost randomly chosen. Huh? It's a good, solid-looking paint job. Nice job on the eyes. You're getting closer. You're getting closer, refining your brush control, and pretty soon you're going to be at a point where you're going to feel comfortable trying to do a little bit of lensing on these teeny tiny eyes. And let me tell you, when the time finally comes, It's gonna blow your mind just how cool it can look. I think the first step on Space Marine Eyes is getting to a point where you can do a two-tone glow, and then getting to a point where you can do a lens. Finally got good brushes. I think it shows. Your brush control has increased noticeably. Hey, Justicar, it's good to see you there. How are you doing today? That is a good picture for you. No, I completely fucking agree. Oh, here we also have from Shadow Minx. This is an appallingly clean hobby space. Some part of me recoils at just how well organized and clean and not covered in random pieces of shit this is. That might not be the reaction you're expecting, but I'm just like, ah. It's so clean it hurts. Look at it, it's well organized. There's paint racks. There's stuff is in bins. What is this? What is going on? What kind of lie is this? You crafted this, Shadow Minx. You did this just to make us feel bad. You're rubbing our nose in it. And me, for one, I don't appreciate it. I feel attacked. Clean space is a sign of a disturbed mind. Oh, just cleaned it. Okay. So it'll so in proper in truth, it'll be this clean for, well, depending on how long ago you took this picture, it's already dirtier than this. I'm gonna guess it's already dirtier than this, Shadow Minx. That's my bet. I'm gonna try and keep it clean. Oh, that's adorable. That's a good joke. I like that. Well, it's a nice looking hobby space, I gotta give you that. And thank you for sharing. Here we have from the Tobin Lord a print design that they did. Ooh, that's horrifying. It is a great Stygian beast rising up from the depths. You can title this, oh shit, because that's what this guy's thinking right here. Like how the tentacle coming into the foreground, wrapping around the rigging of the ship. I like how the ship rigging is actually angled forward, such that you're kind of looking up off of the deck. So this is actually looming high up over. There's a good sense of spatial awareness, spatial direction. I'm sure there's a phrase for what this is. But yeah, it definitely gives you the feeling of it looming overhead. Very, very nicely done. I love the lightning crackling over it. It's got a real mood to it. And the colors you've chosen for the great beast, they're well applied in the highlights. Everything's real dark except where the lightning's kind of flashing off of it. Really nice work, Toby. Perspective. I knew there was a word for it. Thank you, Ravencat. One I probably should have known. Turned out well as a print too. Bam! There you go. Nice. Yeah, no, that actually does look really good. Not everything translates all that well to a print you can put on your wall. But that's lovely. Warning. Gore, mushrooms, and body horror. Well, my mods say it's okay. I'm gonna click on it. Oh god, it's horrible. Actually, this is pretty cool. Have you seen Tobin Lord? I don't know if you're... Yeah, there you are. Have you seen Annihilation? This reminds me of a scene in Annihilation that is absolutely beautiful. If you haven't seen Annihilation, you should. It's a great movie. Maybe? Then maybe we're thinking of the same scene. Yeah, check it out. There is a scene in Annihilation that reminds me very much of this, and it's lovely, really. And frankly, I like this quite a lot. It's a little bit horrifying, but you know, there's a peace in returning to Mushroom, in rejecting civilization, and returning to Monkey, as it were. I like how the spinal column is a tight cluster of these little... I'm not even going to try to describe any of these mushrooms, because then Riot Sister's going to be like, actually, that's this kind of mushroom. That's this name of mushroom. That's this genus of spore, and I'm gonna look like more of an asshole than I usually do. The mushrooms are all poisonous. Riot Sister, is that true? Fact check. Kills it with gouts of burning napalm. Except the characters in Annihilation are utter morons. WJ, I would argue that. I would argue that one with you. I don't think you're strictly wrong, but I would propose that Annihilation is proposing more interesting questions than Prometheus by an order of magnitude, and thus deserves, as a film, more leeway. I also don't think anyone in Annihilation made decisions quite as stupid as... This is one where I want to go point by point. This tickles the nerd in me, WJ, and I want to go point by point, because the decisions made by characters in Prometheus are so blindingly stupid and so obviously idiotic that I don't think anyone in Annihilation could possibly... Like, they made some questionable choices, sure, but not like that. Not like, let me take off my helmet and stick my face up close to this alien snake. They talked about that in the beginning, though, WJ. In fact, they tried to send drones, and it didn't work. Uh-oh, Riot Sister with the fact check. You gotta tell me what scene so I know if we're thinking of the same one. I'm thinking of the, in the pool. In the pool, when you see the lower half of a human torso, and then all of him that has grown into fungus, and, I don't even know if it's appropriate to call it fungus at that point, because in Annihilation, all life had begun to blend into one great, marvelous tapestry. Yeah, and that's what it was. It was like veins going out across the tile, and then there were a bunch of mushrooms mixed in with it, and yeah. I liked the people that turned into trees. That was a good one. WJ, you're asking the wrong questions. You know what you're going to make me do, WJ? You're going to make me watch Annihilation again so I can refresh my memory so I can have this argument with you. Shadow Minx Hobbies, thank you so much for stopping in. Thank you for contributing to the Storm Report. It has been an absolute pleasure to have you. So go get some sleep. Have a good night. And I hope to see you again soon. Is that the weird movie with Natalie Portman? Yes. Yes, it is. I love Annihilation. Annihilation and Ex Machina are two of my absolute favorite movies of the last 10 years. And sometimes, why not have a bit of both? A little bit of this canon, a little bit of that canon. Isn't it wonderful being the creator? You can do anything you want. God damn, that's a lot of boom boom. That's a whole lot of boom boom. I like the look of this one. It really kind of, you get to see the, this underbrace, the triangular underbrace. It's not triangular, obviously, but has the triangular designs on it that you do for the UACs. I've always liked this part of your design, and it really shows it off more when it's separated from the other cannon. What do we got up next? Here we have from Vergaderung, finished building the Taraxi Sterilizers. Games Workshop. Okay, 2 Iron Strider Ballistari and the Skitari Marshal. I kit bashed another Ranger-themed Marshal and started work on a few more Sicarian Rust Stalkers. The names are getting out of hand. Yeah, that's... I'm glad we were thinking exactly the same fucking thing. Like, what the fuck? Taraxi Sterilizers. What are we doing? What are we doing with our lives, man? Which one are these the Taraxi I'm assuming because Terra and Wings. I've been missing a lot of the releases lately, so I'm not totally familiar with them. I'm guessing that's these guys. The Iron Striders I'm familiar with them. They're some of my favorite models they've released in the last decade or so. And of course the Sicarians with their completely replaced crazy metal legs and claws and whatnot. Still really do like what you did with the Castellan's Verg. This is going to be a nice looking full... I want to see... I'm looking forward to seeing these guys painted up next to that big fucking Scorpo bot that you put together. That thing's amazing. Future, but also past Firestarter. The Kit Bash Marshal next to the regular one. This one. This one is Kit Bashed. Right? Right? I'm gonna guess that because this one seems to be built into a tactical rock and this one isn't. That's my criteria. Not quite as fancy. It's fancy. I wasn't sure because I didn't recognize the Skitari head with the tube. I thought maybe that, but then I recognized the, what is it, the phosphor... I can't remember the name of this stupid fucking gun. It's got a name, though. He's got a rod of beatdown over here, but it's the tactical rock that gives it away. That's a head from a Sicarian. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Everything's chrome in the future. It's a good-looking pair of marshals, I gotta say. Verg, you got some badass looking armies. I'm a little jealous that Vergaderung is able to focus his mind in on creating just a few, like a handful of armies, and actually doing a good job on them, as opposed to me, when I have like 30 armies and they're all at like 5% each. But you know, we all have our foibles. Here we have from Sumatha, Operation Lancaster Preview, the Cauldron-born Ebon Jaguar Omni-Mech, owned and operated by the Blackwood Templars Mercenaries, known simply as Caroline. This lethal machine features some of the typical things you'd expect when it comes to a Blackwood Templars machine. Big guns and plenty of them, but also has some unusual traits for a Cauldron-born, most notably, hands, dainty though they may be. Matt Plog did some interesting work with this one. I think it came out wonderfully. I don't think I've shown this one before, but it's still in my art that has not yet been shown on stream folder, so I believe I'm safe. God damn, you're more organized than I am. It does have oddly dainty little hands for a Cauldron-born, doesn't it? Like, nothing about this mech is even remotely humanoid. And then you get to the hands, and it's got, like, these fine little manipulator fingers. Just little grabby hands. The handy pods. Pop out the Omnipod and put in the handy pod. They're adorable. And cute. Does it have weapons on top of them? It looks like it has weapon ports directly over it. For, like, knuckle guns going on there. I like the design of it. I dig this design where the majority of the hand and the forearm and even the knuckles is composed of one piece, and then the finger manipulators are kind of on the bottom. They're not very rugged hands, but then you wouldn't punch with the knuckles. I feel like you'd punch with the armor plate. Fister Roboto. Oh, I'm not gonna laugh at that. Machine gun and medium laser in each arm. So we got the medium laser up here, and then it's, oh, that's neat. So it can be like daka 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 out of its knuckles. You dare ignore my tiny hands? I have machine guns in them. Well, he really did do some good work with this. I like his simple shapes in the background. They really kind of just help to frame the whole figure. Really interesting glare work that he's done on the cockpit here. What does this say? Desgra. Right across the top. Big old dag nasty lopsided cannon on one side. I like the way the weapons on the Cauldron-born are mounted in this sort of semicircle across the top. And this is like a dual-barreled turret on this one. This thing is loaded for fucking bear. Wonderful work, as always from Plog, though. Like, can I... Has anything from Plog come across this desk where I've been like, he did a shit job? I don't think it's happened even one time. I'd probably say it nicer than that even if it was true. I think the worst I've said about Plog is I'll occasionally be like, he's not the best with faces. And it's true, he's not the best with faces. I feel certain Plog would also admit that. But his work on hard surface is so fucking good. It's so, the texture, the depth, the dynamism, the sense of motion, the sense of scale, the sense of depth, it's all so on point. Thank you for sharing this with us today, Sumatha. I hope that finds its way over into the showcase. That is going to bring us to the end of the Storm Report for today, and as you might have guessed, to the end of tonight's stream. Who are we rating, I wonder? Let's figure that out. Pull this up here and see who is doing what. Ooh, Helpful Mosquito. It's painting some Warhammer, Deckard, Teal Security, Miniocalypse. Well, that looks like those are our choices today. Let me go and see what Helpful Mosquito is painting. They popped in earlier. They're working on some Grey Knights for Warhammer. Teal Security. He is painting more busts, the madman that he be. Miniocalypse. What are they? What was... I gotta watch a commercial? God, what do I... Twitch, what are you doing to me, man? What is this? Give me 5 more seconds, I'll tell you what they're working on. Miniocalypse working on... It looks like Age of Sigmar dwarves. Do we want some bust painting, or are you guys down for a wee little bit of Warhammer? I think we don't normally raid over into Warhammer stuff specifically. Am I out of focus? Oh god, I wasn't looking at chat. Is that better? Is that improved? Okay, thank god. Let's get a raid started. Over to Helpful Mosquito. Let's say hi to a new friend that we met today. Still waiting for Thunderhead doing 40k minis. That's a long fucking wait for a train that isn't coming. Guys, seriously though, ladies and gentlemen, locusts and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me today. As always, I always have such a fantastic time on this stream. I always have fun. I always come out energized, and that is a gift that you give to me that I can't thank you enough for. I really can't. Firestarter, we'll think about it. We'll think about it. They won't be official Games Workshop minis, but they might be 40k. I do have some blood pack that I need to paint. Not wrong about that. We'll see. I've got a Sanguinius I need to paint for Het 302. We should do that. We'll do that in some oils. That'll be a good time. But as always, a huge thank you. Thank you for all the follows, you guys. We got a lot of follows tonight, a lot of new people. Thank you guys for coming out. Thank you for everybody who contributed to the Storm Report, one of my favorite things to do. And thank you as always to my mod team. I'd be nothing. I'd be nothing without you. I'd be just some sad 2-viewer son of a bitch in the lost darkness of Twitch. We're gonna be back Tuesday doing Warcaster, Thursday painting some heavy gear. Next Sunday we're back doing some more Conquest, probably getting started on actually painting it then. I'm gonna go get something to eat. Say hi to Helpful Mosquito. Until next time, keep on painting.